We'll turn it over to the clerk for roll call. Member Banks.
Here.
Chair Eater. Here. Member Loeffler-Kemp.
Here.
Vice Chair Lofo.
Here.
I'm Clerk Mixell. I am here. Treasurer Sadowski.
Here.
Member Williams. Here. Superintendent Magus.
Present.
Assistant Superintendent Bonds.
Present.
Deputy Clerk Zunich.
Present.
Executive Assistant Brown is excused, and in her place is Board Secretary Paquette. Here. Roll call is complete. Thank you. I will now turn it over to Assistant Superintendent Bonds for the rest of the meeting.
Thank you, and good evening, Board, and thank you for joining us, all of you guests and presenters. So, Board, I am really excited about tonight's meeting because there's a lot of information, and I love when we start a meeting off with our students. So I'm going to call up our coordinator for our Check and Connect programming, Sarah Lalinen. She will provide an update related to our Check and Connect program, and she will have the opportunity to introduce all of her guests and our students who are with her. So I will turn it over to Coordinator Lalinen.
Hello, and thank you. We're glad to be back here tonight. When we met with you guys in November, we really talked about the data, the statistics, the absentee rates, the graduation rates. But tonight, we're going to talk about something different. We're going to talk about the lived experience that comes beyond those outcomes. What makes Check and Connect work isn't just the strategy, it's the relationships. So I'm super excited tonight to have some students with us, to have some caregivers with us, and to even have MDE with us to talk about those relationships. So we're going to start with the students that are here. The way this is going to work tonight is I have one question for each member that is here, because we would like to take all night, but we know we don't have that. There's a long agenda. And then at the end, you're able to ask anyone questions, but I'm going to go through all those that joined us tonight first. So first, I'm going to have you introduce yourself, Izzy, what grade you're in and what school you go to.
I'm Izzy. I'm a 10th grader, and I go to Dunfield High School.
Izzy, can you please describe a time when you were struggling and your Check and Connect mentor checked in with you?
I get very bad anxiety. So, like, at school in the mornings, I get, like, very overwhelmed with everything. So I go to Check and Connect, and Faith always gives me the support that I need. If I, like, feel sad or if I'm, like, upset about anything, she always gives me the support I need.
Thank you, Izzy. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Antonio Brown. I'm a senior and I go to Dunfield High School.
Antonio, what is something that your mentor has done for you that's really stuck with you?
Their Faith is my Check and Connect mentor, and whenever I need help with like grades or honestly anything, like I go in there for lunch every day because I don't like the school lunch. But even like everybody in there is so friendly. Kim, she's an ex-Spanish teacher, so sometimes she could give me some pointers when I'm struggling in Spanish. So it's like really nice that they're here.
Thank you, guys. Is there anything else that you want to share about Check and Connect or your mentors? Okay, you guys can go sit down and we'll have the parents come up.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Lynn, would you introduce yourself first, please?
My name is Lynn. I'm Izzy's mom.
Okay, Lynn, thank you. What did it mean to know that you have someone at school that you feel like really knows your child?
It is huge for me. Izzy had a lot of kind of troubles coming from middle school to high school, and with Check and Connect, it was just very comforting that there was somebody that she could go to with social anxiety, any homework issues, but especially navigating high school, 9th and 10th grade, and I feel like it has made all the difference. She's a totally different kid than when she was in junior high. Her grades are fantastic, and that wasn't always the case. She loves going to school. She loves having Faith there for her as a...
The transition to high school is really hard. first semester of ninth grade was rough, I think, as it is for a lot of students. And we were connected with Check and Connect during that, kind of into that second semester of last year. And since then, the relationship with Faith that Natalia's had has been extremely beneficial. It's sometimes like, don't even want to go to school, but I get to see Faith today. And like that can sometimes be one of the only reasons that like the motivation to go to school is like those touchstone people that she has at the building. And one of those people is Faith. And the like overwhelm of like high school and assignments and organizing and like those are those life skills that we have to learn to be functioning people, and that's hard. And when you're getting behind in your homework and like Faith can sit down and like help Natalia make a plan of like, okay, what assignments are we gonna work on? How do we get those grades up? What incentives to get you to class? And like, there's been classes where we didn't know if there was gonna be credit. And Faith and Natalia worked really diligently together to make a plan that felt doable for her. And she was able to achieve those goals because she had Faith as her person that she can go to that can help make it seem more manageable when it's really overwhelming. And I don't know without Faith and without Check and Connect if we would be as successful at Denfeld and just in high school in general as we are without.
Thank you.
And we have one more parent that just came up here. Would you come up and join me?
I didn't know this would be a big thing.
Come right here.
I would have dressed better, sorry. Sit here?
Yep, if you just want to introduce yourself and the age of your child and what school.
Yeah, I'm Jarek Muma. I'm Kobe Muma's father.
And Jarek, what do you want the board to know about how Check and Connect has supported your family and how you feel like the communication has changed with the school since you've had Check and Connect?
Well, I can say one thing. My son struggles with going to school. It's like a lot of other kids. But he really wrestles with that, and without Check Connect and the two ladies that really help him out, he wouldn't continue to go to Denfeld. He probably would have given a long time ago. I kind of think about, I'm also a pastor in the area as well, and I also think about like Jesus, and he's going, leaves the 99, goes after the one. I feel like the Check Connect people are like that. The ones that are in the fringes, the ones that are struggling, that don't really kind of fit into the mold of school, and the ones that really need extra help. That's what's been, my son's been receiving from Check and Connect and from these ladies. My wife actually was supposed to come here and speak today, but she was working, and so I kind of got roped into it. But I honestly have felt so proud of my son, and when he comes home, he talks about these, Penny, and who else is it? Sorry, Penny?
Kim.
And Kim, I apologize, Kim. He talks about them all the time, and it's almost like a second mother to him, both of them. And he just speaks so highly of them, and it's been such a blessing. And for us too, because I see a new light kind of just turning on for him. He'll come home from school and like he's doing better because of Check and Connect and these two women in his life and what they're doing. And so I know being in school in general, like sometimes we think everyone can learn a certain way and we kind of just put them in this box and here you go. I know we're trying to figure out different ways in learning paths, but for some reason this one really works for him, and I want to hopefully continue for other kids like him in school. They have opportunities to have people like this be able to invest in them and make them feel heard, seen, and help them be able to learn and be successful.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And if we can have MDE come up, please.
So we have two MDE counterparts with us, and the reason I brought them here is because they have walked alongside our Check and Connect program and myself for the last 10 years. And they not only help us with fidelity and implementation, but they help us with the relationships. So Chris, I'm going to have you introduce yourself first.
Hi, my name's Chris Reynolds. All right, that better. Sure thing. My name's Chris Reynolds, and I'm, as Sarah said, with MDE.
Why are relationships like this critical and important for student success?
Well, I think when we're talking about students, all right, there we go. When we're talking about students participating in Check and Connect, oftentimes, as several people have talked about, some of these students have become maybe disenfranchised with school, just not feeling like they're a part of, showing a history or a pattern of not wanting to attend school. So having these relationships within Check and Connect where students feel like they are valued, that their time in school is important and productive, and that the relationship itself is authentic, that often can be enough to get the student in the door. And I think Check and Connect also has a holistic approach where they also bring in the family too, so that piece is critical.
Thank you. Ellen, would you introduce yourself?
Sure, hi, my name is Ellen Nasik. I work with MDE with my partner here. He failed to say he specializes in working with ALC, so he's got just a lot of good background. I'm the nerd. I work in implementation science. So, yes, go ahead, sorry.
No, thank you, Ellen. So, since you've been working with Duluth School District, how has the implementation of Check and Connect here helped drive some of the other programming throughout the state?
I don't know even where to begin. I mean, first of all, I want to get back to that relationship piece. To have the relationships that you all have developed between schools, between administrators, between divisions, along with teachers, mentors, and you students. I mean, these relationships go all the way up with us. You guys have been a truly remarkable and a national exemplar in implementing Check and Connect over a decade. I've been partnering with you all for about 12 years. We stand on the shoulders of other people who have done this before, but it has come, you're getting some return on your investment in some of the most special ways in terms of the relationships and stories I heard. But also, I don't know what to say. This has been the most meaningful work I've ever done in my life, and I'm about to retire soon. So thank you. Thank you for inviting us, and congrats on the great work.
Thank you for being here. And thank you for all the families and students that are here tonight. I think what we heard is really what the data can't fully encompass, right? We just heard a couple stories, but we have several. We had to turn away parents and families that wanted to be here and talk about Check and Connect tonight. Because really what Check and Connect is about, it's about going from being unseen to being known, right? It's about starting at risk and becoming on track. Check and Connect works because every student has one person at school that they can turn to who notices them, who follows up with them, who refuses to let them fall through the cracks. And a lot of students, like we heard tonight, the relationship is the turning point. Building that solid, safe, and secure relationship in the school is really what makes it happen. So it's not all about the credits and attendance. Yes, we want those. We want to see those increased graduation rates. We know that Check and Connect's attributing to that, but it's about belonging, it's about trust, and it's about building those relationships. So we are just here to say thank you for your guys' continued support for Check and Connect, and we hope that there's a lot more students that will be impacted with Check and Connect in the years to come.
Thank you. And I want to take this opportunity to say thank you, and thank you to all of the mentors, for all of your work that you do with the students and mentees as well. Students, thank you for showing the courage and coming up here and sharing a part of your story, because this work is important and you are making a difference in student lives. And so we really appreciate all the hard work of all the staff who are, rolling up the sleeves and doing the hard work to build those relationships. And thank you, students, for also, responding to some of that support and reaching out to those caring adults. I mean, research shows that if every student had one caring adult in the building, it would make a real big difference in their lives. So great job to you as well. So I'll take some questions, Superintendent Magus, and then I'll come around to others as well.
Sure. I too want to say thanks to everybody involved. Thanks to you, Sarah. Thanks to the mentors. Thanks to the students. And a couple of things I would say, even though we were going through some really difficult budget times and our grant for our Check and Connect program had come to an end, I know we weren't able to save every position, but we really chose this, our principals and others chose it as a very important priority, and so we reallocated as much funding as we could towards it. So we really we kept the vast majority impact-free, but we realize that there's sacrifice because there's fewer people, but it was very much prioritized because we see what a difference it makes. And then I would also say to our students too that sometimes struggle with wanting to be in school and struggle with anxiety and things like that. I actually struggled quite a bit when I was in school and didn't like coming and had a lot of anxiety and had some people who were mentors to me. And so I recognize the value of it. And I would also say, even though you might see yourself as struggling now, and why not? Maybe you'll be running a school district sometime, and you can think about how can you improve systems and reach out to others. And so really, I'm very, very proud of each and every one of you for stepping up, even though it's hard to do sometimes. So thanks to everyone.
Member Banks?
Yes, thank you very much. I was taking some notes here, and I kept hearing the name Faith, and then Penny and Kim. Are they here?
I do want to give a shout out. We do have our whole Denfeld Check and Connect
Sir.
crew here, so if you guys want to stand up so they see who you are.
Awesome. I just wanted to just take a moment to thank folks for the awesome work that they do with our students, our children, and anything we can do to make the quality of education the best it can be, I think we should be doing. So thank you.
Thank you. Board members, if you could just put your mic in front so I can see the green light, so I can call on you if you have a green light. Also, I'll be remiss not to say thank you, parents, for all of your support of the school and the program and of your students. So I want to make sure you acknowledge the parents as well. Member Meixel?
Thank you all for taking the time to be here and helping us understand the amazing work that you do. It's always good to have the schools come to us when we're not able to get to you every day. And thank you, students, for being here. Thank you, MD, for making the trip up or over, wherever you came from, and sharing about how Duluth is a national example. That's incredible. I know that our funding stream for this has come from various spots and various entities in the past. And I'm hopeful that we can send this portion of our meeting to those entities that have supported us in the past or are in the process of having to step back support because of their funding streams, so that they can understand that the investment that they put into our school district and into our community to strengthen our schools, to support our kids, so that when we are in a situation where there are better funding sources, we can be first in line to have some of those conversations about making sure that we're supporting groups and programs that are obviously working really well and making a big difference. So hopefully we can make sure that we are getting this information out to not only our community members, but also to those who have supported us with funds in the past.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Adele, I heard some raw footage right here from our parents and our students. It can be used to help support the programming and messaging.
I would like to acknowledge that we do have Linnea Marsh in the back, and Linnea is the Deputy Director of St. Louis County and one of our biggest supporters through COVID that really helped us scale up how Check and Connect is done in Duluth School District. She still believes in the program, and she chose to be here because it means so much to her. So thank you, Linnea.
Member Loeffler-Kemp and then Member Loeffel.
Yeah, I want to, I guess, again, agree with all the thank yous for being here and from MD, students, families, and our staff. So just really thank you. I really appreciate what Member Michaelsel said, and I also encourage us to get the word out, get this portion out as well. But this program, I've always loved as a board member that's been around for a long time supporting it, when you have brought students and families here at the table with us. So just a huge appreciation. We can get these great presentations, but hearing the students speak, hearing the families and parents speak really means a lot. So thank you. And I know we've made investments in it as well as have had great partnerships, and we hope to continue it for students across our district. Thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to add to all of that too, and just say that I have a privilege too of being able to work almost daily at the Denfeld site as a coach after school, but a retired teacher, and get to walk by this Check and Connect room. Oftentimes I use it for after school speech tournaments and work, so I get to see the inspiring lighting and the inspiring, you should see their space. It's a beautiful space, and I can see why our students feel welcomed and safe. There's inspirational quotes, there's paintings, there's just all of this richness that goes into the environment that at least our team of Check and Connect mentors at Denfeld and others I know in our district, I think we still have an East Check and Connect Staff One that is reaching and helping as well. So, but the other thing, just kind of partnering after Member Mike Sell's comments and the funding streams and the challenges we've had there. And Member Loeffler Kemp and I and others too, we go down to the Capitol to advocate for funding. And these are the stories that they really want to hear. So, Assistant Superintendent Bonds, when you said, we have it right here. We should have been videotaping it right now. But again, I hope we can maybe reach out again to our students and to our staff, because I think there could be some legislation that, goes towards the Check and Connect, proven through data effect they have on students, so that we could get more opportunities for grants, more opportunities for funding through legislation that says, there's a need. And I know that they don't have any money either, but, sometimes they'll do that small program this is not a small program, but that proves success and is willing to put some funding behind it too. But I just appreciate all that you do. And I like the stories.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And so as they are transitioning, I wanted to make the community aware that you will notice that we pulled an audible. We started with Check and Connect because our first presenter, Mr. Ray Queener, had a conflict and he's running a bit behind. So once he gets here, we will pull another audible and have him start after that presentation. So next up, under Supporting Every Student, it's our Social Studies Curriculum Review and Adoption presentation. Our directors for secondary and elementary schools, please join us, as well as we have London Goody, as well as Susan Schmidt, who are our secondary teachers and coordinators for social studies. Welcome. He's closing the doors now. So I'll turn it over to.
Hello, everyone. I'm Susan Schmidt. I'm the content lead for secondary social studies.
And I'm London Goody. I'm the content lead for elementary.
I have a little bit of background for you on the social studies standards and where we are in the process. We have, you can see in our slide presentation here, we received our new standards from the state in 2021. They were the typical 1 to 2 year process of rewriting standards. We still have social studies standards organized into strands. So your typical, the history, economics, geography, and civics and government. And then a 5th strand was added this year as well. We have some new shifts. Some of them were shifts that we were starting to see with the last batch of standards, but they're really emphasized in this set. And so these shifts are, much of it is instructional shifts. So we have been looking, a lot of our process has been changing and looking for more development for teachers in how we teach social studies. So those shifts include, one of the biggest one is an increased use in the inquiry process. And in the inquiry process, it's very similar to like the scientific process, right? Students will produce their own questions ideally, or teachers present them with questions, what we call, like essential questions or compelling questions that students then can investigate through sources. And often that process also includes some problem solving, or at least coming up with plans on how to solve a problem. So the increased use of the inquiry process is embedded in all the standards, K through 12, across all of those strands. There's also a focus on disciplinary literacy skills. In the past, we had a second set of standards that were just content literacy skills. Those content literacy skills are embedded in the social studies standards, so it's all together, and just kind of because it is just timely, is that yesterday we had, the secondary teachers at least had a almost full day training of literacy, content literacy. So that's really helpful. So within those standards, there's an emphasis on reading, particularly primary sources, writing about social studies, and then communicating findings. So that's that portion. There is an additional strand that was added, which is called ethnic studies. And I know there's a little bit of confusion over the different requirements for ethnic studies. The state requires that there are ethnic studies courses that are available to students as electives. These ethnic studies standards are separate and they are attached to the social studies standards, so they would be required. And those are K through 12 as well. And then kindergarten through 8th grade, this was a part of the previous set of standards, but a very interdisciplinary model, meaning interdisciplinary within the social studies, that instead of having just 3rd grade be history and just 4th grade be geography, we see those all 5 strands in every level. For example, in the middle school for 7th grade, there's U.S. studies, which then encompasses geography, civics, history, economics, and ethnic studies all together. So those are the shifts that we are seeing, both in the content that is, the concepts and content that is required of teachers, but also in some instructional shifts that are needed as well. For the adoption process, there's a timeline there really quick to show you kind of where we are. We received the standards and our committees started analyzing the new standards. We started as a K through 12 group, and I had the K through 12, and then we were able to add London. So you came on right around that 2022 mark, I'd probably say, right? 23. So our committees conducted a needs assessment with our staff, students, community members. We looked at what are the differences between the standards that existed prior and what we would need to address, things that we didn't have, potential resource gaps and knowledge gaps and professional development needs. Our committees reviewed sources and began revising written curriculum. Right now, secondary is in the process of writing their unit plans and pacing guides, aligning each of those standards to a unit in every course, 6 through 12, and then identifying resources for them, so.
And then this past year, elementary, we had a committee that piloted 2 different social studies curriculums, Studies Weekly and Exploring Social Studies Minnesota. So most of this year was spent with our committee. We spent the first half of the year doing Studies Weekly, and then the second part of the year piloting the other one, and then came to our recommendation, which was the Exploring Social Studies Minnesota. So the Social Studies Committee thought that Exploring Social Studies Minnesota was the better option out of all the ones that we looked at, and then the 2 that we piloted for lots of different reasons. On the forms that we gave teachers that piloted Exploring Social Studies Minnesota outranked by quite a bit. Something that was really special is that it's fully aligned to our new Minnesota state standards, which is kind of unheard of for curriculum. So we were really excited about that, including all of our new ethnic studies standards, which I think teachers are really worried about implementing and want to do a good job. So having curriculum that does that for us really well is really great. It is a lot easier on time, which is definitely a struggle in the everywhere, but especially in the elementary classrooms, specifically for social studies, as that's the only one that isn't tested in the elementary level, and so it's hard. It's often something that kind of falls on the back burner, so picking a curriculum that teachers can do in a short amount of time is going to be helpful in making sure that it gets done and done well. It was less expensive, and the publishers consulted with representatives from Fond du Lac of Lake Superior, Chippewa, so they approved all of the materials from an Indigenous standpoint as well.
You can see, if we can go back one, actually, there's only one secondary resource noted at this point, and I'll mention first the kind of struggle with finding resources Lyndon kind of mentioned. There's nothing that is written, except for Northern Lights, that is written for our Minnesota standards, and they are quite different than many other places. And so we have really struggled to find much for secondary that's going to fit our needs. So I'm hoping that I can kind of defer that decision until our teachers have had more time to really see what it is that they need. So sixth grade is intending to purchase the newest edition of Northern Lights. It is written by the Minnesota Historical Society, and it is specific, again, to Minnesota standards, which is very rare. The course for sixth grade is Minnesota Studies, and then it will fit that completely. Now that publication of that book is still ongoing, so we don't have that book in front of us even yet. We received a few chapters, but they're still writing it, actually. So the crunch time is coming. Sixth grade teachers felt that with the chapters that we've been able to preview, they're feeling confident that it will be a good resource for them, as it has been in the past. Minnesota Historical Society has a large set of folks that they lean on to have approval for their content, and so we're pretty confident with that one. I'm less confident in being able to find something wholesale that will fit our high school courses in particular, so it's still a work in progress for that.
So Brenda Sparts and Jen Larva here, and we're just here to support the work of our social studies folks that are doing the lead work with our committees. We also did want to mention that all of our resources have been gone through with our district advisory committee, and I believe we came twice to the district advisory committee, or was it just once? I felt like it was twice that we talked about. Once? Oh.
They came once.
They came once, but we had further conversations twice. So the district advisory committee also had taken a look at this a couple of different times too.
So as far as the cost goes, you can see on the board, I mean, this is how much our initial investment is going to be, especially for the exploring social studies. One thing about exploring social studies, there's no annual cost for us. Many times when we purchase a new curriculum, there's an annual cost as far as access to the digital resources. This does not have that. That's great. Another thing, what we call consumables, so those workbooks that you might get, with this purchase, they give us what we call the Blackline Master, so the master for those workbooks, and then our print shop can print them for us, which is great. That's quite a cost savings, and so we will have this initial investment, but then annually, we won't have a big cost. So that as we move forward with curriculum, that's going to be something that we need to keep in mind. So this fulfills those things for us cost-wise.
I believe Member Loeffler-Kemp was first.
Great, thank you so much for this update and some of the background on the Historical Society and who you reviewed this with and that, so really appreciate that. I did have a couple further questions about the cost then, and I guess I just want people to understand the cost more. And so I think you highlighted a few things. We get often from people, are our kids not having any hardcover books anymore, or are books to bring home, particularly with social studies? And can you kind of shed some light on why, particularly for middle school and high school, we tend to have more online these days than the hardcover books? I mean, remember when I first got on the board, getting books passed around to us, and we've kind of moved beyond that a little bit more, but we still have them. So kind of on that kind of train of thought, if you could share some background.
I'll start on that. For secondary, I think some of it was a push from COVID and having the accessibility of Chromebooks. But even before that, social studies chose to pilot using Chromebooks before the pandemic. And so part of that is because when we start reviewing a textbook, especially if we want to say we're going to pilot something, we may be looking at a textbook that by the time it gets in front of students full on, it's maybe 5 years old by that at least. I have a couple of samples in my room that are from 2020, and if they were to be adopted, they would be 8 or 9 years old by that time. And then we're expected to use them for 10 years. So hardcover textbooks are a dilemma because we know that being able to read hard, like paper copies of things is beneficial for students. But for a very quickly changing content area, it can be really difficult to stomach spending that kind of money on a hardcover resource that is really only valuable even before the digital resources were widely available. I was using a government textbook in 2012 that had a 2002 copyright, I think. So that will happen. And so it's a lot more conducive to our subject area that changes so quickly. Especially for me, I teach government. So it's helpful to not have your presidents in the back of the book run out at, Clinton or something like that.
Thank you for that background. And just kind of maybe a follow-up to that is we do have, though, some hardcover textbooks available for students who might need that way of learning.
Well, it depends on the course. So 7th grade right now is looking at a resource that would have a hardcover component. And likely what that would mean is a classroom set to be more budget friendly. And so students would be able to, and 6th grade has been doing this a bit for the last few years too, where they have the in-class set. So there's 30 in a room and then students use them in class during the day, but they have access to the online resources outside of class. And I think that depending on the amount of textbooks in a given building, sometimes students can check them out from the library as well.
Chair Derek Eater.
To continue Member Loeffler-Kemp's line, I looked up exploring social studies and seeing that it's done by teacher-created materials. So we're not using McGraw-Hill, we're not using Cengage, we're not using any of those huge textbook companies. And to get this curriculum for $244,000 is, I'm actually astonished by the price. So nicely done. Those big publishers like McGraw-Hill and Cengage, they are millions of dollars for us to equip not only our schools, but then to use the online and then to continue to pay subscription fees like this is, I'm honestly blown away. And it's great to have a textbook or a license using this teacher-created materials because it also, the people who teach the material have been involved in writing the lesson plan. So very nicely done. I just really wanted to compliment you and bring attention to equipping our K through 5 social studies on a revamp for under $250,000 is very nice work with a great book as I look through it. And then the Northern Lights for 6th grade for $9,500. This is fantastic. So nicely done. Thank you for your work. And I just wanted to lift up how extraordinary it is we're getting this curriculum for that amount of money. So thank you. Quality curriculum, I should say too. Very good curriculum. So thank you all very much.
And also they came yesterday. And we had all the training for the elementary teachers with this curriculum, and we had 2 trainers come. So within that, too, they're providing professional development, and it was in person, on site. So they've been very accommodating in addition, so.
And then you said we have the masters for the workbooks, right? So we have the masters.
We will own them.
Good job.
Member Banks?
Sure, thank you very much. Can we go back to major shifts, that page, in the new social studies? Just a quick question, bullet number 3. Can you share with us, if you have this information, from a local perspective or a local standpoint, did you, especially within the African heritage community, did you consult with anyone here in Duluth related to the ethnic studies program as it relates to Duluth? Because there's a significant number of, I would say, resources that could help with that. Did you consult with anybody in the Black community, for example? Or I know you said you've consulted with the Native community, but have you consulted with any folks in the Black community or African heritage community here in Duluth?
For secondary, I will note that we're still in the process of developing, and so we have an elective ethnic studies course that's ready to be reviewed by community members. I think that's this summer part of the process, so, yeah.
Thank you.
Superintendent Magus?
No, I just wanted to say thanks to the committee and for all the hard work that was done in making this selection. I think social studies right now is more important than ever. I think it's it's always been an incredibly important topic, but I think given the just the importance of making sure that kids are well educated about government and about culture and history and trends is incredibly important. So thanks for walking that careful walk and choosing great materials to prepare our kids for the future.
Member Mikesell and then Member Lowfoot.
Thanks for making the time to come here after, I'm sure, it's a busy, long day. I appreciated having the presentation and being able to see some of the materials out of the District Advisory Committee that I sit on. So thank you for sharing that with our community members who are there as well. I was wondering if you could just share a little bit more about the Curriculum Adoption Committee and who sits on that. I know that we as a board, have the ultimate approval of the curriculum that is served in our schools, but I know that I trust those that are, given the task of evaluating and deciding on what we should be having in our classrooms. And so I just wanted to hear a little bit more about the people who are part of that process and make those recommendations to us.
Sure. At the elementary level, we have we have teachers at every grade level that is on the committee, K through 5. We try to have 2 to 3 from every grade level, and then we try to always have someone from the Masabakong school or part of our school at Lowell and the Spanish immersion at Lowell and Myers-Wilkins. And so that's kind of who sits on the elementary committee, and then a lot of the teachers on that committee piloted, but for some that we couldn't get a teacher to pilot on that committee, we reached out to have other teachers pilot it.
At the secondary level, we have had a really difficult time getting enough people to serve on a committee across the city and across grade levels. So what we were finding last year is that at committee meetings, I would have maybe 3 or 4 people there. And 3 or 4 teachers in 6 through 12 is not enough to do the work, let alone provide enough input. So what I did this year is to use professional development days when I knew that all of our staff was together. And so they have been doing a lot of that writing themselves as larger course groups. It's kind of a captive audience so that they have to do it. And so then the intent then is to have a committee then, review that work. So, but yeah, that has been the biggest struggle for me, has been to convince people to serve on this committee. And in folks that will say that will be on it, but then can make the commitment to be there. And so I've taken a little bit different route to make sure that that this work is getting done, and then we have something that we can show that work and get input and feedback on it. So,
well, I'm very glad then that we have those extra professional development days booked into our contract and our schedule so that we can have our staff working on this important work for our kids. So thank you, and thank them when you see them next, even though they may have done it begrudgingly. So appreciate it.
Member Lowfoot and then Member Banks.
So I would like to go back to that major shifts in social studies, because I was confused when we talked about the addition of ethnic studies strand. And did you say that it's it's not required, that ethnic studies has to be an elective, but it's not a required? Was that what you said?
Nope.
Okay.
There are two different state statutes.
Okay.
One of them is that schools need to provide electives in a variety of areas. So we have a literature course, we have a variety of courses across disciplines that qualify as an ethnic studies course.
Okay.
Those have to be available for students to choose from, right? The social studies standards, those are required to be implemented within the courses, so.
So there are ethnic studies standards?
Yes.
Okay, okay,
Yep.
okay. That clears it up.
Mhm.
Okay. And then my second question was really about, are we concerned then that we are not finding curriculum choices for our 7 through 12? When elementary seems like they're already adopting and piloting, is there a deadline that we're supposed to be rolling out our new social studies standards like next fall, but we're still not buying curriculum?
Right.
for our high
So,
school?
and yes,
That
we
would concern
are, I am behind. I am behind in this because of the time that it has taken for teachers to get to know those standards and be able to review materials. A lot of, when we're talking about some of the big publishers, their target audience are the large markets, Texas and California. And so they're not written for our standards, and there are a lot of unique pieces to our standards. And so likely what we're looking at is, if not a resource that can be supplemented with other things, like, do we want to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on a resource and then have to supplement? Or are we going to curate primary sources and other things ourselves, or some sort of combination of those two things? So yes, it is definitely a concern. We are not, I can't think of any course, maybe economics, where you could put a book in front of a teacher and say, here's everything you need to know. It doesn't happen in our standards. On the benefit to that is our teachers have had a lot of practice at doing that because our resources are old. And so they've had to supplement and find things along the way. And of course, with the pandemic and using curated sources from a variety of places. With the inquiry process, a lot of that involves reading primary sources, which are widely available from the Library of Congress and other places. So.
Thank you.
So I'm seeking clarification on something you said earlier. You mentioned, again, Native heritage and Spanish immersion as a part of some of the makeup of the committees, but I've not heard, maybe you said it, but I've not heard anything on whether or not there are African heritage or Black folks in that process. And I'm wondering what the outreach is as it relates to having Black folks, African heritage folks serving on some of these committees, a lot of whom are credentialed and can serve in a wonderful capacity to assist you. But you haven't mentioned any of those folks. Are there folks from the African heritage Black community serving on some of these committees? If not, I would be remiss if I didn't ask the question, but I would be very concerned, and I am, that if that's not the case, I would suggest that some kind of outreach be done, because we're trying to say we have ethnic studies, we have this, that, and the other, but the makeup of the committee is, I hate using this word, but sometimes it's whitewashed. And we can't get the right folks, from my perspective, on these committees to help to make these programs work. So I'm putting that out there as for clarification's sake, but I'm actually very concerned that I have not heard African heritage or Black folks mentioned as a part of the committee.
Well, I'm on the committee. But yes, when I mention Spanish immersion in Masabakong, those are just our programs that we have in our school of our immersion schools. So I mentioned those as making sure that we're including them, not just our English immersion school part of it. We did do reach out through our forms on to community members, parents, and our staff and our students as well. But I understand the concern.
Yeah, I'm not being critical, I'm just asking for clarification, because I'm just listening, I'm taking notes, and I'm just trying to learn about the process.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I would just add that since our teachers at the secondary are the ones that are meeting to do the paperwork part of it, we're wanting to have something to be able to present at that point. So when that's our process right now, is we want something to be able to explain, here's where we are using these units and things like that. So
Member Larfla Kemp, and then Member Mikesell.
Thank you, and London, it's great having you here, yeah, and your perspectives. Can you just, again, maybe for the public's background a little bit, how often does social studies curriculum get updated, the state standards? Just really brief, again, to put some context for the public.
So I've been doing this for a while. Some of you saw me do this the last time. It used to be a 7-year rotation, now it is a 10-year rotation. So we get new social studies standards the same as any other discipline. So we're in that rotation with math and ELA and everybody else.
I was just wondering, can you remind us the grades that you teach and the locations where you're teaching?
I am at Duluth East, and I have primarily seniors, American government and politics.
And I'm at Lowell, and I teach 5th grade.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you for sharing and all of the work, and thank you for the teams who have been working on this hard work all year and, well, longer than the year, right? And I would be remiss not to also say that, yeah, as you know, board, 10 years is a long time to go through a curriculum adoption in, places where, resources are more plenty. You're able to go through adoptions every 5-6 years. And those are the cycles at the most 7 years. And so we are where we are. And as a district, I'm just pleased that we are able to continue to use the resources we have to make these adoptions. But we would always welcome more resources to have more updated curriculum. And it's just a process. So, but as a district, we always try to squirrel money away to make these things happen, right, Simone? All right. Thank you. Next up, we will have a presentation provided by our Director for Technology, Greg Krieger, is coming up, as well as Director Larva is assisting as well, a part of that team. They're going to share an update related to our artificial intelligence project rollout and plans. And
Thank you. We've also asked Cindy Miller. Yeah, we've also asked Cindy Miller to come and participate with us.
Welcome, Cindy. So I'll turn it over to the team.
Good evening. We're here today to talk a bit about where we are at with our AI rollout as a district and feedback that we have gathered through a variety of mechanisms since we have last spoken with this group. So I'm here tonight with Jen and Cindy when we get through that.
So since we've last come to the board, we have actively sought out some feedback from some stakeholder groups, and so we wanted to share that with you tonight. We've had some speakers come to listening sessions, and some of them have come from the University of Minnesota, Duluth, and so we invited 2 of those professors in for some great conversation around their concerns, and had a great, I guess, kind of brainstorming ability with them as well. So again, school board listening sessions, we've been hearing students, we've been hearing from parents, we've been hearing from people in the profession. We've also conducted some student surveys. You'll see a little bit of student survey data a little bit later, but we've had some student surveys that we've done. We've come to the district advisory committee meeting. We did it in March and again in April. So we've come a couple of different times to the advisory committee. And we've also have some results from the secondary teacher survey that was following some professional development that we have done with our teachers. You can go on to the next slide. Thank you. Some of the things that we have heard in those conversations that we've been having with folks is that some of them is around career readiness, that career readiness is important and that employers are seeking AI skills and candidates and are expecting their employees to leverage AI in their workplaces. There's still a lot of uncertainty about AI and its impact on student development. It kind of feels like a social experiment is what we've heard the phrase around that a couple of different times. We have a lot of concerns, especially from professors and from our teachers around cheating and how can we redesign our instructional approach for addressing how to handle AI being available to our students, not even us rolling it out. This is us, it's available. They're using it already and now. So how are we able to have conversations around what instructional approaches should we be using with kids so that I don't want to say AI proof it, but that's kind of the theme of it is like, how do we know that this is what the kids have really learned? So again, the next one would be shifting in pedagogy. So how are we assessing that student knowledge? You need to really know your students. So we have talked a lot about knowing and valuing our students this year through our teacher evaluation process. And so you need to know and have that understanding of your background of your students in order to know if this is their original work. And then also preparing students for their future is some key work of the district. And so those are some things that we've been hearing as we've been having conversations around AI.
So from late April into early May, a thought exchange survey was put out to high school students for them to share their thoughts and rate other thoughts of their peers. And I'll go through several points that we have learned from the results of that thought exchange, which just recently closed. Among our students, their environmental impact of AI is a major consideration that they're expecting us as district leaders and staff to take into account with the use of AI. There are certainly concerns surrounding ethics and cheating. Many participants suggested that we should use AI sparingly with a desire to retain a strong human component in their educational system here in Duluth. There were concerns expressed about teachers' use of AI and curricular content generated by AI and the varying quality of that content. And there was also mention of the district's need to consider the impact of AI on student mental health. Additionally, from this thought exchange, students see how AI can be used as a tutor to help them learn and understand. AI helps students locate sources for research. That was brought up in several thoughts. AI can help explain content in ways students understand best and in different ways than their teacher may be teaching them. And it was mentioned that AI can support learning when it's used responsibly. I'm going to now continue into some excerpts from the thought exchange. These were largely quoted exactly, so understand that the wording may not be exactly as one of us as presenters would express the same thought. I heard generative AI is very harmful and dangerous to our environment, is one excerpt brought up. I feel like making sure the human-AI balance in submitted work and its importance is reinforced. I believe that AI does not belong in schools unless all ethical issues are addressed. AI can support learning when it's used responsibly. AI helps me learn how to do things and give me new ways to figure things out that might help me more than what I was taught previously. AI takes away from interpersonal relationships between students with their peers and their teachers. We need to teach people how to responsibly use it. If we want to learn something, AI will teach us how to learn it. And finally, using AI to boost what you already know or give you ideas on how to start a project is a good use. It allows us to expand our knowledge and learn things we wouldn't have learned normally.
We also did a staff survey, and I'm going to report about that staff survey. almost 82% of our teachers report that students are using AI and calling it their own work as they hand it in. Some Phi-Ed teachers, by the way, noticed that they weren't using AI in Phi-Ed classes. Once granted, this is another question, once granted Gemini access, when are students allowed to use AI? And this was, had everything to do with the syllabus statement. What they said was that students are only allowed to use it when permitted by a teacher for a specific assignment, which is 100% correct. Rate your agreement. The common language tool will help me have conversations with students about their ethical use of AI in my class or with my students. It looks like most people felt like, yes, it'll help me get started. Some thought, yes, this is the best thing ever. And some thought, nope, not going to be helpful. This was the first time that they had seen the syllabus statement too during that survey. Then you've seen this before, the common language tool, and one thing that I want to point out is the syllabus statement is right there at the bottom. With the bold letters, misuse of AI is a form of academic dishonesty and may result in consequences. Some of the comments also from teachers had to do with what administrative support will I have when a student is, when I find that a student is academically dishonest, what happens next? And so go ahead and go to the next one. That's why we wanted to make it very clear in the syllabus statement what will happen next and how that goes. What our expectation as a district is. And this syllabus statement has been included in next year's student handbook.
Yeah.
And
so it's been added to the handbook, and we have added pieces of things to the academic dishonesty portion of our student behaviors as well. All right, so here's a summary of what we've heard. The district should focus on intentional use of AI as well as other technologies, that we shouldn't just be focusing only on AI, that there are other things coming out in the computer science realm that we should be considering. We should be seeking AI use to be isolated to purposeful lessons. There's concerns about equity of access. We've heard environmental considerations. We've heard that there's a perceived overuse of technology and that there's a desire in our community to limit screen time. We've heard that there's a potential for decline of critical thinking skills by over-reliance on the use of technology. We've heard that this is a societal experiment with some undetermined results. And we've also heard that it has the ability to help tutor students and enhance learning and help students learn in new ways. So we're kind of all across the spectrum when you think about it.
After reviewing this feedback, the next steps for the district going forward are really focusing on building staff capacity and student readiness as we begin school this fall. No student AI rollout date is planned at this time. We have additional messaging to parents about the district's plan and educational efforts surrounding AI. This September, as the school year kicks off and as staff are in their training, we'll be bringing in William Gruby, a K-12 AI trainer, here on site in Duluth to train teachers on AI and help with this rollout. Additional improvements in content will be added to the district AI website. There'll be continued examination around research related to AI and its use in schools and how it impacts student learning and development. We'll continue to engage with AI champions and our peer districts and engage with student groups here in our district.
One of the other things that I'll be doing in my role as the computer science lead in the district is to develop AI competencies for grade level bands, for example, for elementary grade levels, for what kids need to know and be able to do in middle school and also in high school. I'm looking at skills progressions used throughout the country, and also developing digital literacy progression. I'm using a lot of what I've seen in Colorado edinitiative.org, if you're interested. Also, Danette Sebo is my supervisor, my computer science part of my job supervisor. And today we planned our goals for next year. And all three of the goals have to do with building capacity with students and teachers and professional development in not only AI, but other areas of computer science. In order to get away from screens a little bit, we'll be looking more at physical computing and so to take some of the screen time away. That was something that was mentioned at the Parent Academy. I presented at Digital Citizenship and Digital Safety for Families at the end of April. And so that's something else. And so all three of our goals have to do with building capacity with our students and our staff, and also family engagement and how we can let parents know what we are doing with AI in particular and other technologies in our district. Oh, yeah, I didn't know that was, okay. There you go. Thank you. I think going forward, go forward, those other two pieces there, those are what you just talked about, so the progression. So those are just an example. Yep, there you go. Thank you. So some of the key messaging then for our community, we wanted to say why we are looking at implementing AI, using it with teachers as our beginning point, is preparing students for the future. And I already talked about how our employers are seeking AI literate candidates, and we know that fluency in these tools are going to become vital skills for the future career efficiency. We also want to deepen critical thinking. We know that there's some concerns about critical thinking, and that comes up loud and clear, but when we use it appropriately, can it help us help our students gain a deeper understanding and help them encourage independent thinking? And so this little image that I have on here, which I kind of thought was pretty cool, this comes from this Elle Crenshaw. You can see that down there at the very bottom of the image. Using it as a Socratic tutor, and how can we have students shifting away from using AI as answer giving to being a way to support thinking. And so here's a student prompt template there, like, this is what I have, but don't give me the answer to the question. Ask me guiding questions, and if I make a mistake, point it out gently and ask me to correct it before moving on. So it's giving, like, you're setting up the parameters around AI, like, I need help learning about this, and this is what I want you to do. And so I just thought that was a pretty cool way that we could tap into utilizing AI to help our students. Some of the things that I thought were really interesting about how to enforce AI use. So if students are being given the opportunity to use AI, using the common language tool, a teacher has identified that you can use AI for brainstorming your topic. One of the things a teacher could then do is require students to submit their AI chat link. So a teacher could actually see the thinking process and see what the kids are doing with the AI prompting that they're doing. grading conversations instead of just answers, like having that conversation around any answer that they're giving, like how do we do that? Looking for the effort, that thinking, that participation, and rewarding the problem-solving process. It's not about the answer, it's about how we're getting to the answer. And so if we were to make some shifts that way instructionally, that would support student learning even if they are using AI. And it does give you some ideas of what that builds in them. That empowers our educators too, like we've talked about the common language tools. So if AI can act more like an assistant or a tutor, with our students, it can also act in ways that can help our teachers with administrative tasks. So when we think about like the social studies standards that we just talked about, having AI help us with some things with our standard alignment, like being able to feed it some documents and say, hey, what standards would we have gaps in? What do we need to build up a little bit more? It would give our teachers more time then with direct student interaction. They're not spending so much time in that managerial piece of it and the writing piece of it. They can actually move forward with some more student interactions. And then a proactive response. We're addressing the reality of AI usage in society. Strict detection is no longer a viable sole strategy. It's not about using a tracker to catch kids. It's more about how do we responsibly teach kids. We know that kids out there have access. Parents are giving them access. And so how are we handling that reality in the classroom setting is what we're really moving towards. Cindy, if you had anything more to say about that?
I know that I don't have something to say about that, but I'm sure that there's a budget concern about how much money we might be pouring into this kind of development. And to date, the district hasn't spent any money on AI development in our district, so there's no worry about that. Grants have been applied for and received, and that's how we're funding the professional development for those of us who are leading the initiative here.
Thank you. And the next slide is questions. But before we get to that, and I'll start calling on individuals, I also want to just take the time to thank the team who has been working on this all year long. It's been a project that has evolved over time. I want to thank all of the community members who provided some feedback, our students and our staff related to our AI rollout and Gemini rollout, because I want to make sure that the community recognizes that we have been listening and we have been responsive, and I hope this demonstrates that we are truly doing so. Our next steps as we shared tonight, it's really going to focus on building our staff's capacity and our students' readiness as well, and just making sure that we are really doing our due diligence to support our students and our staff and make sure our students and families are really thoroughly communicated with how AI is used in the school district and how we plan on using it in the future. So I want to say again, thank you to the team for all of your efforts to continue to bring us up to speed on it. So I'll call on individuals. I'll start off with Superintendent Magus and then Member Lawful Kemp.
Sure, and I think we all recognize this as being a very, very, very nuanced topic and very timely topic, probably one of the most critical topics that school districts are wrestling with right now. I think the point about screen time is something that is very valid, and we want to consider how do we work with the community and think about appropriate use of screen time. And then I have to admit that I'm sort of torn on this because I have listened very carefully to the concerns moving forward, or about moving forward, and I also hear concerns from people about wanting to make sure people are prepared for the future from a marketing, or not marketing perspective, but from a job market perspective. I also think one thing that we've noticed lately is it's becoming almost impossible to avoid AI. The new Google functions have an AI-enhanced mode. So basically, you can use the Google function to dive into AI and have it do an AI product for you just through the search. So I think that you can put prompts in, and it's kind of like spell check, we might have been able to avoid it for a while and have people use dictionaries, but it is becoming very, very much part of many of the different mechanisms we use, whether it's our search functions, whether it's computer devices, whether it's our phones. The AI is around us, so we have to think about how are we continuing to enhance the abilities of staff, how are we considering how we enhance the knowledge of our students so that we can move forward. So I think it is important that we continue this work, that we don't just say we're not going to do anything AI related for the next year, that we continue thinking about how do we enhance our ability to serve our students, how do we work with our students on appropriate use of AI. Like we said, we don't have a set time for rollout of Gemini on our systems, but again, there's an AI mode on almost every search bar now in every device, and so we can't pretend that that's not there. So with that said, I think that the work that this committee is doing, trying to be very thoughtful, I think I was talking to Cindy beforehand, and she was saying she feels like we're better prepared than many other districts, and I think that continuing to watch what other districts are doing is important, but I think also some of the environmental concerns that are out there too are important, but it's just I'm concerned that if we don't continue to move forward with AI in some fashion, that we're going to be doing a disservice to our kids because it is part of the future, and it's part of the present. It's not just part of the future. And pretending like kids don't have access and pretending like kids aren't going to be using their phones and using the Google search bar, I want to make sure kids are well prepared. I just think it's critical. So thank you for your good work.
Member Lawful Kim.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Greg and Cindy and Jen. And I also just want to thank you for pausing back in January or so when we were hearing a lot, and we as board members had a lot of questions and thoughts ourselves, and doing more work to gather information. So that's a hard thing to do, is to pause and say, we need to keep looking at this differently and hearing from more people. So thank you for that. I know that engagement has taken a lot more time. I agree with what Superintendent Magnus is saying too about, this is probably one of the most critical topics that districts are facing, board members, or boards across the state and country are facing. And I have two questions. One is, maybe I missed it, but when you talked about meeting with the UMD professors, and some of them came and spoke to us, gave us great packets of really good information that some of us read, and many of those parents many of those professors are also parents in our district, and with high school kids and younger kids, and so I need to trust them because this is not my expertise at all. So is there anything, I guess, else you can share with us about what you were hearing, or what guidance maybe, or thoughts that you received from the UMD professors you worked with? And then I have a second just comment question.
I'll certainly let Jen and Cindy chime in as well. One thought that came through in those discussions was that if we could limit AI instruction to a very intentional exercise in a dedicated physical space, that would be desirable and might help with helping students kind of categorize it as a different activity than the rest of their learning, and keep one separate from the other. I won't say that our facilities are designed to necessarily support that in all of our schools, with not a lot of labs left out in our secondary schools, but that was one topic that came up, and how could we physically separate that instruction? Not ignore AI entirely, not avoid teaching about it entirely, but do teach about it, but make it very intentional and separate from other instructional activities was one suggestion.
So I saw some confusion. We've talked about our walled garden as being within our district, our technology, and keeping it safer within our walls. They love the concept of the walled garden, but they want it to be more of a physical wall, like a room that you're going into. And I know that's something that's quite challenging for us with what we have going on with facilities. But that was a very interesting conversation, and I think enlightening. And I don't know, Cindy, if there's anything else you wanted to add?
I think the main point that we had Dr. Boyson and Ryan Goey come and chat with us. And the main thing that they were asking us to do was to remain intentional and keep your relationships with students, teachers' relationships with students at the forefront. Don't take the easy route necessarily, but keep the relationships with your students, because that's the most important part.
Yeah, emphasis on that, the human connection in education, and making sure that students really do work to figure out the answers to things and to learn that it's not done for them within an AI tool. That was very clear in their communication with us.
Great, thank you for summarizing that. And I think we heard that in some of your goals, your future goals. Then my last just comment was, so back in December, we, like Cindy said, we really were in the forefront of adopting an AI policy regulations on the use of it. So I really appreciated the work you did then as chair of the policy committee to bring that forward early so that we're being responsible and providing safety. The NSBA now has adopted a new or a model policy. In March, there was some trainings on it. I'm just wondering, again, as chair of the policy committee, if we need to review the regulations or the policy now that we kind of slowed down a little bit, and if we need to relook at that again and tweak it. Thank you.
I think it would be good for us to consider reviewing that policy. I was just reading a study from Education Week, and they said that in the country so far, only 13% of districts have an AI policy. And so I think like you said, we're in the forefront of having addressed it to a degree, but I think with as quickly as things are evolving, it's important for us to look at that. I also have been sharing resources, and we've been sharing resources with our team about different institutes and institutions that are studying it more deeply. I know there's a summit in St. Cloud coming up in the coming weeks, and
July 13th, 14th.
Okay, July 13th and 14th coming up.
And we have 4 people from our district registered.
Very good. And I think that things like that are really important. I just was also reading that there's a summit in Boston of students that are gathering together to work on district AI policy. So I think one thing they talked about is the importance of having student voice in this, because quite often students are the first adopters of technology, and so the first people who see the benefits, the first people who see the drawbacks, and so considering student voice in this is important. And we were talking about how surprised we were about the strength of student voice that is coming out in many ways related to this. And so I think thinking about that it's a very nuanced piece. But policy, I think making sure that our policies are from a governance perspective are strong is critical.
So that's policy, just for board members, regulation 524.1. And then March, NSBA had a lot of information available on their model AI policy.
Thank you. Member Sadowski, then Member Williams.
Thank you, Greg and Cindy and Jen, for being here and for sharing. I first want to just say thank you for the ways that you've engaged our community, not only our students and parents, but our community members who've come to our public comment and just following up with them. We have a lot of really educated folks who are passionate about this in our community, I think, and it's just good to listen to their perspectives. So I appreciate you taking the time because I know you're really busy on that. I agree with Superintendent Magus that this is I'm very conflicted about it too. I have my own opinions. I have a lot of questions. I see how complicated AI has made teaching very quickly, just with my own student who is a junior at East, and appreciate the teachers and the way that they've tried to navigate it so far. I know that we've heard a lot of concerns from our student school board reps here. Anyway, let's see, I also wanted to talk about the parent communication. Being a parent myself, I do, and then just hearing from constituents in the community, I am glad to hear that you're going to be communicating more. I have gotten feedback that a lot of parents haven't heard about this, so I know that maybe we've tried in a couple different ways, but I'm glad to hear that you're going to be trying in other ways to connect with parents, because for a lot of them, they're busy, probably working a few different jobs, and maybe they hadn't heard and hadn't had an opportunity to kind of weigh in, so I appreciate that. I like that you included on the last page the Socratic method and like looking at different ways. I'm just wondering, my first question, I guess, is how are we going to be supporting teachers in learning these new methods? I feel like AI has come along really quickly, and a lot of teachers have been teaching the same way or a similar way for a really long time. So I'm just wondering, like, how are we going to build that into our professional development days next year? That's my first question. I guess a follow-up would be, how are we going to help teachers test? How are they going to make sure that we're testing for that learning piece?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So we are contracting with William Groovy, and he's from Groovy Education, which is with a V, even though his name's with a B when you look at it in the thing, but it's Groovy, Gruvy. He's been working in the state of Minnesota for a couple of years now. He started out just small and has really grown and helps teachers. It's mostly his help for teachers and how to make your workload easier, how to handle some AI that's coming into the classroom. We're starting with him in September and potentially expanding. We'll see how it works, how it goes. But we do know that we have in almost every professional development day, we have department time. And so I feel like that's been the most benefit for us, is to be able to have the science teachers coming together and talking about what they're seeing in science, or the social studies teacher. And that's where we're pushing out some of the, like, here's how we can help you with your content area, how to build your documents, how to help and use it with your lesson planning, with our teacher clarity work that we're doing. So we're trying to embed what we can embed within those department time meetings as well. I have not met with Annie recently to know what the whole plan is for scaling it out. I've been a little busy with some other things, but I know that that she's been actively working with a team, and they met last week, I believe. The group that meets and kind of helps plan some of those things. I know there's a staff development committee, but the TLE subgroup that works on it was talking about staff development last week. So I'm not sure exactly what those plans were.
Yeah, we really will have the ability to hone in that training on targeting specific groups or specific topics that we find most relevant to the district and our staff as we go about planning the details of it. And that's still several months away.
Okay, thank you. I know that, at least for me as a parent, with my student, it's already, I know we're talking about rolling out AI, but we also recognize that it's already here. And I've had my own student be impacted by the different ways that AI is here in our world right now. And one of them is my student doesn't want to use AI for ethical, environmental reasons, and I'm really glad that he's getting those critical thinking skills. I could see where AI might also support critical thinking, but I also am concerned about it taking away from critical thinking. But one of the ways that's negatively affected my student is he's taking out words out of his essay that an AI checker may say, oh, this is AI because you use these words. And so my student has taken out words that he would have normally put in to an essay for fear that his essay would be pegged as AI. So I hope that, so I've seen that impact my own student in our schools now. And so I just hope that we're going to be supporting teachers through this. My hope is that we would, even though it's here, we would pause until we're really fully trained, because I think that there's a lot. I don't even know, if all our teachers are aware of some of these things. So I do appreciate your work on it. I'm still concerned about it. I'm a little concerned about the use of perceived technology, overuse of technology, and the perceived desire to limit screen time. I've read enough articles with a lot of data that show that our kids overall in the United States have way too much screen time. So I don't necessarily agree with the little word perceived in there, but I'll stop for now. I might have other questions. I'll let some of my colleagues jump in, but I do appreciate you being here and the work that you're doing, because it is here.
Member Williams, then Member Meixel.
Okay, I have a lot. I'll try to be fast. First, I want to say, and I regret not saying it when there were more teachers in the room, happy Teacher Appreciation Week. Thank you all so much for everything you do. So anybody watching live or watching later, thank you, teachers. We wouldn't be here without you. I also want to go back to something Cindy and maybe Superintendent Magus said just about us being ahead of, or feeling as we are ahead of the game compared to other districts. So I'm curious what conversations have been had with other districts and where they are with a rollout. And yeah, I appreciate that we have paused and that we're being intentional, but I am curious about that. I'll let you answer first before I ask a second question.
So I'm part of two organizations. One is Minnesota Generative AI Alliance, which is the St. Cloud, the group that will be presenting in St. Cloud, professional development. And the Computer Science Teachers Association, and two things. What I hear from other districts in the state of Minnesota is that students have been given willy-nilly access to whatever AI tools they want to have access to. There's no policy in place. There's no common language. There's no syllabus statement. Some of the things that we've prepared in our district, they don't have, and they're trying to figure out how do we jump back from that. And also on the national stage, well, same kind of thing.
Thank you. Yeah, I lost my spot on my notes. I do appreciate the pause in our rollout, like I said, and just being thoughtful. That's probably all I have for questions. I echo, I guess, what Member Sadowski said about appreciating the Socratic method. I really appreciate the template in there, kind of prompting students to say, like, help me learn. Don't give me the answer, but help me think critically and learn. I'm really grateful that that.
And that has everything to do with developing relationships with your students. And knowing your kids is going to help detect whether they're using an AI tool or not. If your kid at the beginning of the school year uses those things in their early assessments and your teachers have gotten to know your students, then they can use the big words and they won't be flagged for
potentially going around the learning instead of actually showing what they know.
Thank you.
Member Maxwell?
Thanks for being here and continuing to engage on this topic with not only us, but also our community. I really appreciated in the District Advisory Committee when we had teachers actually speak to how they're using technology in their classrooms. It sounds like there's really some creative uses that are intentional, that are with our students at all levels. That would be great for our community to hear more about in the future. I just want to recognize that this is such a rapidly changing technology. Like just a few years ago, like this was not even like on our radar screens of having to, tackle as a school district, as educators, as board members. And so it's actually kind of difficult to know like what exactly is the right, position to have on this, because we know that tomorrow it's going to be different. It's especially difficult for me as a school board member because I'm trying to think of this as my governance role. Shout out to Mr. Queener in the audience there. But how to continue to have these conversations. But I personally feel that no matter where we eventually land with the use of AI in education, and our students have access to it, whether it's on their district provided devices or their devices at home, either their own personal phones or their family's computer at home. And I feel that it's important for us, if our job is to set up students for success, to make sure that they have the tools they need to use the foundational knowledge to use this technology in a safe way, in a reasonable way, in a reliable way. So recognizing that means that as a district, we need to, give support to our educators to be prepared to do that. So I, again, just want to thank the team that's working on this, the focus that we're giving to our educators to make sure that they're fully trained and that they're feeling comfortable to explore these topics in their classes, and to our community members and parents who are engaging with us and telling us what their students need and what their expectations are for our district as well. So thank you.
Member Lawful Kemp?
Thank you for your comments, Member Rikasa. I guess wanted to touch back on how we're ahead of other districts. And I happened this weekend to talk to some parents in other smaller districts, and they were asking me about this very topic. And I was talking about us putting a policy in place back in December, and that we were going to be having a presentation this weekend, and so go to our YouTube and or today, and so I think I'm glad that we are being thoughtful, and we're pausing, and we're training, and we're doing all the things you talked about, because we are, as a bigger school district, even though we maybe haven't invested as much money as we could be in a lot of things related to technology, we're being looked at for how we're proceeding with this discussion and with this implementation. And so again, I just really thank you for your leadership for this thoughtful presentation tonight. And just again, I know other smaller districts are looking at us right now. So I appreciate it.
I have a question.
All right.
It's not how that's supposed to go, but I do have one. I want to know, what is the right forum for us to be able to have students involved and empower our students? And two-part question, how do we get information to the people? What would be the best way? And I guess, Amber, I'm asking you, school newsletter, or like what is the forum to be able to get info to the people?
I think that's the golden question in these busy years. You know what I mean? Our parents are, I think, busier. I'll just say they're very busy. And I know that we have Adele, who's really good at our communications, and so she probably has some really good ideas. But I would say utilizing all the tools that we have available, the Parent Square, newsletters. It might be nice to have a I don't know if it's forum is the right word, but and then talk to our students too. We have amazing student school board reps. We're trying to get our citywide
student council going. And so I know that our student school board reps, I know both of our high schools have groups of students, I forget what EAST is called, my kid's on it, Point of View, I think it was called, but where they're giving feedback to the principal. So you could ask those students, because they're often from all sorts of different groups of students within each high school, and they're bringing that back, so.
And if I could jump in, then I'll
Yeah,
come to
thank
you, Member Lowfoot. And that's one of the things that I've talked about with directors regarding that, is make sure that we connect with those student groups, because there's a lot of leadership groups in our high schools that can, they're looking forward to being met with and have opportunities to share their perspectives. So just trying to figure out the right process and how to get to those students and engage in those conversations. So those would be the vehicles. But I understand, when it comes to parents, the right mode of communication for our parents and families, we have to continue to figure those things out, because if families are not made aware of the things that we're doing, we just have to continue to explore how can we get that information to our families in different ways beyond Parent Square. So we'll keep exploring those things as a team. Member Lowfoot?
Did you want to reply back? It kind of looked like you were.
Yeah, sorry, I was
Okay.
just are we gonna put something about this, like eventually, maybe not this coming year in our student handbook, but the next year? When would it make sense to have information about, or would it not make sense?
Putting in the syllabus requirement and the student behavior stuff in the student handbook? Is that what you're asking
Yeah,
about?
I'm just asking, is that a good place for some of this information?
So Adele and I work on the handbook, and we work with principals. And so we've been making some drafts, and those will be coming to you. I think it's June that we have to get the approval of the student handbook. So we should have everything ready for you next month, where you can see, and we'll highlight and call out what we have added into there for that. So that'll be for the handbook for 26, 27.
You have been very patient, Member Lowfoot, and then Member Lawful-Camp.
These are more kind of observations too from just my experience or my background, is that I think that we will see a more energized teaching community coming out of our colleges that are now also training our teachers to be more, committed and knowledgeable. And I wonder, with our college professors that have fed back to us, what is their role in making sure that the teachers that are in the education department are getting instruction and getting professional development, so that when they come into our school systems, that they have that background. So I'm always encouraged, because I have seen student teachers over the last 2 years, 3 years when I'm in the classroom working, and they're incredible. And being out of the classroom for many years, I don't realize the growth that has happened in their educational opportunities at the college level. So that's one thing, is I wonder, how we can tap into colleges. And I'm really glad that we have had some college professors here in our community. And I hope they're willing to have their concerns, have their warning signs about what needs to happen in the AI community, but they're willing to come and meet us halfway with the solution as well. We know, we've heard that there are many that just want no screen. And we've got to meet somewhere in the middle for all the reasons I've heard around there. So that's one point. But our incoming teachers, I think, will have some, incredible energy to come into it. This has not changed in my 49 years of teaching education. Relationships. And so if that is somewhat where there's some training going on as well, we just need to continue to lift up that ability that teachers have. And sometimes the way that the workload on teachers right now, and budget cuts and more standards and all of that, but if we could just get them to breathe and remember, and I actually, we get to see it. All of us are in buildings. We have students that go to buildings. I hope that Duluth teachers, we do have an incredible staff that knows about the importance of relationships. So that's what I have to share, is that that we have to come somewhere in the middle of what some are saying are the extreme no screens, to the fact that we have an obligation as education facilities to make sure our students are prepared for their future, which is going to include and has included AI.
Thank you, and thank you for clarifying what will be in the handbook for us to look forward to when we review it in June, so thank you. I had one question. I was just looking over this one more time, and remind me the syllabus statement that you have here, which is really a thoughtful statement. How is that either currently being used or will be used?
Yes, we designed that to go onto all of teachers' syllabuses for each course that they're offering to students so that they're going to get it multiple times, every class that they have. That would be just part of their syllabus. And we would have it included. So every year when we do the student handbook at the very beginning of the year, there's a presentation that goes out to our students around things like harassment and bullying. We're going to add this piece to it as well so that there's some discussion with students around what academic dishonesty means in the age of AI.
So this hasn't been used yet, but it will be?
Next year.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Seeing no additional lights, I want to say again, thank you to the team for all of your work on this project and continue to, flesh it out for us. Thank you. Chair, we will be pulling in another audible at this time. We'll pull up Ray Kriener will be joining us to the table. He will start off with the presentation. If I go back up to the agenda under Advance and Equity, it's going to be the District Analytics Strategy Discussion and Presentation by Ray Kriener. And I'll turn it over to Ray.
Good evening. Thanks for having me here. Very interesting conversation. I'm glad I could be a part of the audience to hear that. So tonight we're here to report our first report on the demographic and housing information that we did with the school district. This is really a tale of, I think, three things. First, what is? So there's a lot of data that we will report on in terms of where things are as of today. I think the second piece is what could be. So we have projections and we have modeling that we'll talk about. And then probably the most important then is what is the strategic implications? And where can the district spend time to navigate how what could be changed or modified. So that's kind of the big picture. I know us math teachers love charts and graphs and data, and so I'll do my best to control my enthusiasm. So if we go to the next slide, this is a real high-level overview of the what is. So the district population is your census population within your district boundaries of 94,884. And you can see that is up since 2010, about 1.45%. Your school district, Duluth Public Schools, is not exempt from the historic national birth rate decline. We're seeing evidence of this everywhere. There's very few exceptions of the work that we do where this birth rate is different. And so you're in line with what's happening nationally. Also, when you have large birth rate decline, you then experience an enrollment decline, which again is you're following a trend. So the district went from 8906 to 8384 from 2010 to 2026. Your market share, which we define as the percent of students that are living in the school district and attending a Duluth public school. So 67.3% of the school-age children are attending a Duluth public school. One asterisk to put to this is that it doesn't mean they're attending their neighborhood school. because they could be attending a different elementary school as an example, or a different middle school. We don't distinguish between the two, but they are, 67.3% are attending a Duluth school. When we look at what could be, your largest potential is when we combine some modeling that includes development and a different assumption for market share. You could see an 8.6% growth in the next 10 years. Of the 4 models that we did, that's the only one that has a positive number. And so strategically, we'll talk more about market share because that's probably the single biggest lever and opportunity the district has. If 67.3% are attending Duluth Public Schools, 32.7% are choosing other options, which includes private, charter, open enrollment out, and homeschool. So there are some structural things that are outside of your control. Your declining birth rates, you have an aging housing stock, and they right now can't be reversed. They're not anything in your control. And there's one variable that is, and that's how you navigate your market share strategy, which we'll talk more about. Do you want me to do questions as I go, or? Why don't we do questions as I go? So we'll just do slide by slide if that's okay with you. Any questions here on our high-level overview?
Member Sadowski and then Member Meixel.
On page 4, the executive summary slide, where you highlighted the declining enrollment from 2010 to 2026, I know that, I'm just wondering if you looked at year over year, because I know that we've been growing pretty well over the last few years. We've had to increase our ADM, for example. So I'm wondering, did you notice any like micro trends within that segment instead of just 2010 to 2026?
Yeah, so the 5.9 is capturing the beginning and the end, and there is fluctuation. Many schools, almost every school district had a significant dip in 2020 to 2022. So there is growth that on a rebound that happened, not unlike any other districts. So there is the up and downs, but overall, if you look at 2010 to 26, it is that decline.
Okay, thank you.
I'll add one little piece to that too. When we do projection modeling, we are looking at a 10-year historical trend. So we build our what's called a cohort survival metric, and that's grounded in 10 years of history of the school district. Cohort survival is how many third graders become fourth graders the following year, and that percentage then becomes the base for your modeling for projections. Turning to community demographics, again, this is looking at the data from a census base, which is the base data set that we start all of our modeling. We get the US Census. This has been adjusted for 2026, so it's the 2020 census adjusted for 2026. You're following, again, trend that we see in all the districts we work with. You have an aging population, and your largest growth cohort is the 65 plus. And if you look in the last bullet, your median age is 37.4 today and projected to increase to 38.7 in 2030. So the census modeling tool gives us a 5-year snapshot. When we do enrollment projections, we're looking at 5 and 10 year. Race and ethnicity, you are continuing to become more and more diverse, and you can see the trends there in that data set. And then in the lower right-hand corner, you'll see the income snapshot, your median household income at $67,025, projected to increase to $72,900 in 2030. With a student household median income of right around 84,000. And you currently have 43% of your students families living in households below 75,000.
Member Banks?
Thank you. In looking at the race and ethnicity piece there, will you be adding information regarding our Native heritage population? I don't see any information there, or is that combined somewhere in this?
In the full report, we do break out all of the groups.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Turning to birth trends, here, similar to the enrollment trends, you do see some of the ups and downs on your birth rate trends. So you had some declines and increases, and that's true of your neighboring districts as well. When we looked at this with the cabinet 2 weeks ago, I did point out to them that one of the things we look at with our birth rate charts is how does the trend go for your district overall? Then look at the trend, the ups and downs by your elementary schools, which is how we report birth rates. And then transition to your neighbors to see how their rates. And so we want to look for any kind of discrepancies and patterns of, for example, if Duluth was significantly declining, but you had a neighboring district that was increasing, we'd want to explore that deeper. But again, you're following your trend. Much like your neighbors, all of your schools are very similar. There's a few anomalies, but by and large, the roller coaster, my affectionate term for a bar graph going up and down, is very similar across your district, district buildings and your neighbors. You do have a few schools where you have a steeper decline. There's a lot of factors that do impact that, whether you have aging population in that area, your fewer families, so the births are happening, but just not in those neighborhoods. And then conversely, you'll see the growth areas of Lakewood, Homecroft, and Lowell, where you're seeing some percentage increases, which indicates typically that there's some development opportunities there. You have younger families moving in. Questions on birth trends? Your housing characteristics, 75% of your homes are single-family homes. Again, very typical to what we see in our studies. Average home value currently at $296,000. You have 75% of your homes are built pre-1970 in the school district. So that would be a little bit on the higher side than several districts that we work with. And then 91% of your students living in single-family homes. What's captured in the upper right, the student yield per housing unit, we pay attention to this under two conditions. One, if there's new developments going in, we want to know what is the ratio of students coming from a single-family home, which currently your district number is 0.24. But we do look at that by elementary attendance area. So we do adjust for if a development area is a 0.4 and another one is a 0.18, we don't apply the district threshold across all of the district. So we do look at it by attendance area. That gives us a more nuanced projection. And the second thing we do for housing sales is we're watching for if neighborhoods do start to turn over. So if empty nesters are leaving and younger families are coming in, we want to be able to have a capture rate of, at least for an estimate of how many students might be moving into homes. Yes.
So on the home sale trends in strategic context, because I live in Lester Park, I'm just kind of curious, and they're the only one mentioned, only decline. And can you explain that a little bit more?
In terms of the sales that were happening, so I don't have the detail in front of me, but what it would indicate is they're either coming off of a peak number of sales and then we caught them on a decline.
Okay.
Because houses sell differently in different parts of the district. But we can definitely follow up and get you the specific details.
Okay, yeah, I just, it looked like it was kind of singled out, so I just wanted a
Yep.
broader explanation. So,
Yeah, we
I
can definitely look
appreciate
at it,
that.
but typically if we see a negative, they're coming off of, they might have had a mass number of sales and now they're having fewer sales, so they're going to get marked as a negative compared to other areas.
And Ray, maybe you're going to discuss it. Did you share what the strategic implication that you?
Can I ask a
Can you share
question
that?
quick?
Oh, sorry, Chair.
Thank you. So can you, so when I'm looking at the birth trends, so we see we have steep declines in birth trends on where we see Lower Mac going down 45%, but then we also see Lower Mac growing in home trend sales. So do you think, I'm just trying to put together sort of like what you talked with Member Loeffler Kemp. So we have, maybe Lower Mac is sitting in a place where we have a stagnant market because we have people aging in their homes. So we're seeing a decline in Lower Mac, but now we're saying, okay, people are starting to sell those homes. So that area, the real estate is going up, so maybe we could expect at some point that that decline in Lower Mac then maybe reverse.
Could, yes.
Is that sort of how I'm reading those
Yep.
pieces of data
Yep.
together?
Yep.
So like Member Loeffler Kemp saying, okay, so Lester Park maybe is coming off of a boom, but we still see, okay, because Lakewood makes sense. We see a ton of home sales happening in Lakewood, and we also see a huge increase in Lakewood's population. So I'm just, is that, I mean, we can't, am I inferring something sort of correctly?
Correct, yep.
Okay, all right.
So, which is why watching sales, both in terms of the sale happening and then the population moving into the sale is important. We have had places where there's been a lot of sales, but no kids. And so sometimes we have to pay attention to the value of the homes. Are people moving in that are already empty nesters and they want to just move there? So we have to pay attention to both parts of it, both the number of sales and then the number of students that are yielding.
Are they coming in?
Like,
Okay.
And even though it's not a house sale, thinking about new construction of apartment complexes and things like that as a factor in, just thinking about like we had the new development right here next to the district office, but those are kind of luxury, smaller apartments that aren't necessarily having lots of births and lots of families. So it's looking at the rental market as well to some degree.
And then one other question, can you, I'm trying to figure out what does student yield per housing unit mean? Are we looking at this piece of data to say, okay, when we have single-family homes, then we yield students out of there versus if we have apartments built in areas or manufactured homes? So the highest rate where we see students coming into our schools is the single-family dwellings?
Correct.
Okay,
That's typical with all school districts.
okay, thank you.
Yep.
And strategic implication?
So the strategic implication language, and I touch a little bit on this, is that there's not a lot of control that district has in terms of your housing environment for controlling growth, especially with aging. You can't control who's moving in and out. It's harder to control. Your best opportunity is those that move in, making sure they're fully aware of the opportunities with Duluth Public Schools. And developments, you don't have an abundance of developments, you have some developments, so that too won't recover your enrollment loss. So you don't have enough development to overcome the enrollment loss, and so it's an awareness specifically around the sales that we want to monitor over time, or if there's we don't project myths and rumors. So we only project developments that are permitted and platted. So if somebody might be selling a big piece of property, we always pick on the Johnson Farm. When the Johnson Farm is ready to sell, everybody thinks it's going to be next year and it could be 10 years. So we don't project that, but we do want to pay attention to it. And I don't know if there's a Johnson Farm in the Duluth Public School area, but that's the one that I use as an example because a big piece of property like that is sold to a developer could turn into 300 homes pretty quickly, where it's been agriculture for ever. So we want to monitor those, but we don't do projections against them until they've actually, something's happened. That was a long answer. Did they cover it?
Yep, you did, thank you.
All right, so as I mentioned in the historic enrollment trends, so we do go back 10 years, and you can see the snapshot in the bar chart where we're looking at your elementary decline. You do have a bubble at your 6-8 middle, so you actually have a growth in your middle level. And of course, those students will matriculate to your 9-12 buildings. But overall, as we mentioned, the K-12 is seeing a decline, even though it's been up and down over the years, from 2010 to 2026, a decline of, what was that percent? I forgot that percent already. Of 5.9, 6%. When you look at the cohort survival rates, you're a little on the lower side on the elementary numbers. Typically, we see elementary for a district, much like your characteristics, closer to 100%, but you're not significantly low. Middle is probably right in line. Your high school numbers are really strong. So your cohort survival in your high school grades is really positive, and it's making up the difference from elementary. So we might want to study the elementary a little bit to find out what's happening, why you might be losing from grade over grade cohort survival. So that might be an exploration area that we want to pay attention to. 84% of your students moving to the right do attend their neighborhood school. So you have about 16% are choosing another Duluth school other than their neighborhood school. And you can see the breakdown by the grade span areas, elementary, middle, and high. So that's a look back. I should have amended. We look back, we look present, and now we'll start to look toward the future. Any questions on historic?
Member Loeffler, Kim? Oh.
Just a reiteration. Oh, sorry. Did you have?
I had a question back on the housing, but let's go through and we can go back to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Just reiterating, because I mean, I was chatting with Simone for a minute and thinking about Phil and back with our enrollment. And, you know, we've been reporting lately that our enrollment is going up, and it has gone up some in the past 2 years, but this is more the 10-year trend. So over the course, or actually since 2010. So really looking at more of a 16-year trend. So that's where the drop is.
Okay, market share analysis, this is where I think the district has the biggest strategic opportunity. 67.3% is your current market share. When we get into the projection modeling, what we did is we took, we do all the modeling by elementary attendance area, and then within the elementary attendance area, we are looking at census blocks is what we call them. So smaller subsets of the attendance area. And so when we say we model 70% market share, that means we're taking every census block up to 70% is how we do our modeling. You'll see it can become a little confusing because 70% of every census block actually puts you at a 75% district market share rate. Because we don't bring anybody down, we just bring anybody below 70 up to 70, which increases that. So this is for sure a place where there's opportunity for making sure you're communicating the great programming you're doing, what opportunities there are, getting to families as soon as possible, ideally when they're moving in, to make sure they're aware of what you have to offer, and then also knowing deeper why families or students are choosing other options. And so I think there's some opportunity there. We can put 70% into an Excel document and do a projection, but that's not going to make it magically materialize. So there'll need to be some further conversation and strategy for how might you address the market share. But this is going to be your biggest lever for opportunity to potentially even grow over the next 10 years.
Just to add, I think some of the investments that the board has approved, thinking about different things we've seen on our business thing with contracts, like our contracts with School Mint. We've had some focus campaigns for the district, but also focus campaigns specifically for Laura MacArthur, and we're doing Denfeld and Lincoln. I think those they pay off very quickly. You know, you spend a few tens of thousands of dollars on an enrollment campaign, and it takes 1 or 2 students to make up for that amount. So I think that we are seeing payoff with that. We have had that move forward, and want to say thanks to Adele for the work that she's done to help coordinate that.
And I think the other piece that I offer to districts too, it's helpful there's no one answer as to why a family chooses an opportunity different than Duluth Public Schools. Nor is there one reason why you get 344 kids coming in from other districts outside of your border. It could be convenience, it could be childcare, it could be proximity to work for the family. It could be the type of educational offering. For example, you're not able to compete with a religious private school as a public entity. So no matter what you do, you can't compete with that if that's what they're looking for an option. But I think making sure that your programs and services of what you are offering are made well-known, communicated widely and broadly as early as possible, it would be a great continued conversation. And clearly, 344 families or 341 students are coming in over a number of families, and they're choosing to come into your school district for what you do offer. So the point being, we don't want to draw conclusions until we have good data sets to know exactly why they're coming in and why they may be choosing other options. So if we go to the next slide, in our modeling, as I mentioned, for the purposes of our projections, we did model 70% for every census block. And you can see that both in terms of the bar chart and then the big gold number is that if you obtain 70% district-wide minimal, you'd add about 1,219 kids to Duluth Public Schools. And you can see the segregation of the numbers by grade span, 670 elementary, 293 middle, and 254 high school. And then that would give you an overall market share of about 77%. Because you have many census blocks that are well over 70% now, so. Comments or questions on both current market share and our modeling?
Do you mind defining census block one more time?
Census block is probably the best way to describe it is I think it's a political boundary around, because they do change over time, but that's how we get the data from the US Census, is that they put it in a census block. No, they're not contiguous with any of the district boundaries, so we have to, oftentimes the boundary line splits a census block, but it's a smaller subset of an area, unless you're very rural. If you're very rural, you might have a couple of census blocks in an entire elementary attendance area as an example, but you have multiple sub-blocks for every elementary attendance area.
Is it appropriate to say that a census block is a smaller subset of a geographic area? So like a neighborhood, like a development, would those be considered census blocks?
It's done by population.
By population.
Yep, so it's not,
Okay.
and they do change every 10 years.
Got it. All right, thank you.
Is it like a standardized number? So this area has 1,000, and then we're looking, like, this census block has 1,000 people in it, and if we reach a market share of 70% of the kids in that 1,000, is that kind of what they're standardizing by population versus a geographical area?
The census block has a defined number. We know the number of students in that census block, so if there was 1,000 students that lived there, and we model it, we're modeling 700 students coming to Duluth Public Schools, 70% of it.
But it's not like each census block has 1,500 people. A census block can have
Correct,
different.
yes,
Okay,
yes, yes,
got it.
yes, exactly. It's not the pausing is, I don't know that, I'm not sure the rhyme or reason how or why they get developed the way they do. We just are handed a data file when we get the census information, and that's the census blocks for 10 years.
Member Larfa Kemp?
Just a side note, just because I heard someone from the Minnesota Demographic Office or whatever, do a presentation on this very thing, so go to their website, because our presenter explained it very well, so anyways.
What I would add is that as a former business manager in a suburban school in the Twin Cities, we didn't have the ability to project by census block. So all of our numbers were factored across the entire district, which made my projections much wider than what you're seeing in our projection modeling here, because we can tighten up the area, and we know both in terms of the yield per house and then also percentage of students choosing Duluth Public Schools or not. When there's no guarantee, it's much like weather forecasting before I even get to the modeling. It's based on a set of assumptions, and if the assumptions come true, then the projections come true. But what we have seen with the system that we are doing our projections with, we're typically within 1% of what we're projecting. The farther out you go, the wider the percentage, but within a 5-year range, we're typically pretty tight. And I will toot our own horn. We are also one of the only projection companies that do grade by grade, school by school analysis. So for Simone and HR, when you're trying to do budget and staffing, those numbers are vitally important to have as accurate as possible, so you're not overstaffing or understaffing a building. You're allocating resources according to numbers of students there. Most projections, which I used back in the early 2000s, was all percentage based. So we base future projections on the percent of fourth graders in a school this year. We're assuming that same percent applies next year, where we're actually looking at real kids and real people and projecting them accordingly, which gives us a great deal of accuracy.
Member Banks?
Thank you. On the open enrollment out and in, can you say some more on that? It seems like the percentages are pretty significant. Can you talk a little bit more about that and how that is impacting our school system locally?
The number of students choosing?
Well, the percentages, like for example.
Oh, like Proctor and Hermantown?
Yes. Yeah.
So 844 students are open enrolling out. Of those students, 45% of them are going to Proctor and 20% are going to Hermantown, and then the rest are distributed elsewhere. Those are the big numbers.
So basically, we have a net loss of about 500 students when you put the two together.
Correct. And then the same thing is true on your open enrollment in. You get about 33% of the 341 from Lake Superior, 32% from Proctor, and 22% from Hermantown as the large factors.
Does that enrollment out, enrollment in, when you think about focusing on working harder to keep our market share, does that give you any indications when you work with other districts? Like, should we be focusing more on Lake Superior since we have a pretty good chunk coming in, or should we be focusing more on Proctor and Hermantown since those are the districts that we seem to be losing students from? So, like, when you think about the market analysis, like, are you better off focusing on the students you're losing or the students that you want to gain, or some of both?
I think I have three points, and two of them are editorial. The first is I would want to know why anyone is choosing out or anyone is choosing in, and try to understand that data set. Secondly, then I would look at the potential population from your neighboring districts if you were trying to market. If they're, picking up a couple of percent from Proctor yields more than picking up 20% from Lake Superior, then your efforts are where the bigger population is. And then the third piece is that not only do we want to know why they're coming and why they're leaving, but how do we shift that pattern? Because it's not just about, I thought you were pointing at me, sorry. We want to know, could you reverse that? Could you entice some? And again, some families are making decisions for certain reasons that you can't address. If my child's daycare is on the path out of the district boundary, that might just be a choice they're making. Or vice versa, if they're coming into town to work, they're going to bring their kids here. But we want to know why.
Adele?
On top of the why, I would say that marketing to Lake Superior is probably not very prudent to us. One, it is a 20-minute drive. Two, they mostly want to open enroll into our schools that are already closed, so Lester Park, Congdon, Ordine, and East. So they will ask to open enroll into those schools. We'll assign them to the West Side schools, and then they typically say that they're just going to stay in their district. So that wouldn't be wise just because of the side of the town that they are on. So I would, if I were to market, I would more focus on the Proctor. We know that Proctor brings their buses into our district, so they're choosing to leave Duluth Public Schools because it's easy to go to Proctor, and we need to find out why they're choosing Proctor over our school.
Thank you, Adele. You beat me to it. So I'll just go to member LaFleur then.
So I would agree with that, but then if we know that, just because, again, I live on the east end of town, so I'll say that we have an interest by the Lake Superior potential families or the townships to come in, then maybe we just need to rethink our space issues to get more students in the spaces also that they may want to, that's close to where they want to be or they live. So, right? I mean, this is some of the thinking we need to do, right?
Yep, agreed. And I think, as you shared, it's a varied approach, right? We'd have to do all of the above, look at programming, why are families, choosing other programming options? Do we consider, after we take feedback or get feedback from our community, those who are selecting those options, what are they desiring? And then do we consider magnet schools of some sort? I know people might say, well, we've already done that. Well, it depends on the kind of programming that might be of interest, and we might have to consider that. Adele is right. Looking at Proctor, we've been pretty, in my mind, we are kind to our partners and our neighbors, and at the same time, we need to be more aggressive at marketing the schools that we do have and keeping those students in our district as best as possible. And it's not a disrespect to Proctor, it's just making sure that we are providing options that those students are wanting and desiring and keep them here. So I think it's all of the above, if you go back to multiple choice tests. Superintendent
If I could. I think one of the things that the study showed us that we don't go into great detail here yet, but I think it's important for us to, sometimes studies bring up good questions. And I think one of the questions that came up is when we were looking at the enrollment, when we were looking at the market assessment and when we're looking at the capacity of the buildings, there's an appearance that we should have more capacity than it seems that we do. And I think that depends partly on where the students are attending. So what I'm saying is we've had, as you saw, a drop in enrollment in the district overall over the past 16 years, yet we've had pretty much the same number of schools during that time. That was after the long-term facilities plan or close to when that occurred. And so we are looking at doing some additional capacity study work, working with ICS and also with our facilities crew, just to really truly examine. Because I think what we're seeing too is there's different space usage now than we've seen in the past. Like we have, when we have community schools, that takes up space. When we have, in not taking up space, I don't mean that in a bad term, it just means that there's space usage. We have community schools, we have more interventionists, we have behavior groups, we have co-located mental health, we have more Head Start work going on in our buildings, more early childhood. So there's a lot of space usage. And so what we're trying to do next is really figure out what is that space usage and how does that potentially apply to this? Because on paper, we should have enough space for all the kids, but part of it also comes down to potential, boundaries work or things like that too that we need to think about. So it's pretty nuanced, but I think that was one of the things that was kind of a surprise for me is that, on paper, based on the number of schools we have and what our enrollment is and what we've done previously, if it seems like we should have more space than we do.
Yeah, and even when you think about your capacity information that's 8-10 years old, your buildings are used tremendously different than 8-10 years ago in terms of programming. And so, which is necessitating the need for why we want to get an updated capacity before we present our facility utilization. Okay, so now we're going to look at what could be, and what you see in this chart, this is a high-level overview of your K-12 projections, and this is looking out the full 10 years. In the full report, you'd be able to see both 5 and, you'd see every year, 5 years through 10 years as well. And it's also broken down by elementary, middle, high school, and then each school broken down. But the same modeling exists for all the projections. So you have your baseline, which is your 25-26 October 1 count of 83-84. Scenario 1 is looking at birth rates and cohort survival. And so 10 years from now, if that's the path that materializes, you can see the decline down to 7,801 students, K-12. If you add in the development at an appropriate build-out rate, so there's differing philosophies on build-outs. Some assume the build-outs are going to happen in 3 to 4 years, and then others say it could be 10 years. So we have to listen to both and try to ascertain how fast we think it's going to be built out. But if we say everything that exists today is built out in 10 years, that decline drops by about 80 students. It improves by 80 students. So you'd go from, instead of 7801, you're at 7883. If we look at 70% market share only as a lever, that brings you up to 9,020 students in 10 years. So every census block is getting 70% of the students coming to Duluth Public Schools. And then if we combine all of them together, you would have 9,102 students at the end of 10 years. So you're including your bursting cohort, your development, and your market share all roll up into a combined of 9,102. So again, the same structure applies to grade spans, elementary, middle, and high school. It also applies to every school for the breakdown. So clearly, I mean, it's pretty evident that the strategy is in scenario 3 of addressing market share. Questions on the projections?
You mentioned earlier that this is like weather forecasting, and that the farther out you go, the wider your projections will be. You mentioned that your 5-year numbers are usually fairly accurate based on your past history with other districts. So do we get 5-year numbers?
They're in the full report.
They're in the full report?
Yeah.
When is the full report available to us?
I'll let Superintendent answer that. The full report.
Sure, I think we can make the full report available as soon as you'd like, so we can do, we wanted to share the summary first to give the high-level overview, but I'd be glad to share the report immediately.
And then does the full report also then include site-specific data?
Mm-hmm.
And will we have a walkthrough about the site-specific data in the future, or no?
It follows the same trend. So the piece that is missing right now is until we get the capacity numbers updated, we didn't want to present a facility utilization. And so this is all the same in the report, but we've taken out the facility part of it, which is telling another part of the story that's important, but just not ready to go yet because we wanted to get the data updated. But if you looked at any school, you'll see 4 lines, unless there's no development. If there's no development, you're only going to see the 3 lines. But what does the cohort survival rate look like? What is the development, if it exists? What would that line look like? What is the market share line look like? And what is it combined? So I'll kind of have 4 lines. The first 2 are always going down, and market share is the one that makes them all turn up.
That makes sense. Yeah, I look forward to seeing that.
Yeah.
And then what's the timeline then on your getting the capacity data so that you can then provide us information about facilities?
Sure, and actually, Simone and I have been working with ICS. So we looked at the overall report. Was that just? No, it was a week ago. So we got the first level view of that, and what we discovered is we thought it would be, it tells an incomplete story to just have the information without the capacity study. So we talked with ICS, and Simone and I were working with ICS just today. So we started the conversation, but they're beginning the capacity work, and they should have the capacity work done relatively quickly. We let them know that we're on an advanced timeline. We want to make sure that we have that. Our concern is that, again, with the incomplete picture it shows, if we shared the whole report out now publicly, I think it would be better for us to have the full picture with the facilities capacity study. So Simone, you want to comment on where we are with those conversations with ICS?
Good evening. The information has been sent to IES. I included Ray tonight in an email. We believe the study that was done in 2016 was more of a fire marshal study. So how many kids could be in every room or be in the school? So we're going to be doing a comprehensive functional study, and they're going to be contacting site administrators and asking how many kids what are we really using the classrooms for? I know we have itinerant staff in some rooms, and that's the information we want to report to you. Like, where do we stand today and not where we were in 2016? So when we saw the full study, we realized that it really didn't paint a true picture. So we're going to take a pause right now, get that information. Everyone is aware that we're on a timeline, and they have the capacity to start that work immediately. And I hope we can get it to you soon. Probably it could be a couple months, but it will be accurate information for all of us. I think it's timely, and I think we all need to know what we're doing in all of our buildings.
Member Meixel?
When you do this demographic work for other districts, is there usually a capacity study component that is needed for those projects as well?
Mm-hmm.
And so, but this seems as though this is something that we are having to do without realizing we were going to need to do it in the beginning. So I just wanted to get clarity on why we weren't planning on that from the very beginning.
The timing of, from the time we did the project launch to now, didn't allow the ability to do that. And we usually take the capacity information from the district. We have done some on our own, but it's very expensive and time consuming. We're not capacity experts. But I've sat with exactly what Simone said, sitting with principals and walking through buildings. But it just takes time to do that. So even if that project had started a few weeks ago, because I think this is only 3 weeks into this, from our analysis, from our start date to this analysis, it wouldn't have been done to have that for tonight anyway.
Great. Thank you for the update.
Seeing no additional green lights.
My last slide. So we see that there's 6 strategic priorities that you may want to consider. We've talked a lot about number 1, the market share recovery, of a really intentional effort to communicate the program offerings for the district, to increase to each census block to 70, ultimately a 75 overall district percent. Number 2, the birth zone strategy for elementaries that are limited in market share growth and development growth, to make sure that you're planning accordingly for staffing and right-sizing programming within those buildings. Number 3, family recruitment. So having a conversation around what that could look like. Under in my former role, one of the things that we did is that we had 1 hospital in our district, but every newborn that was born in that hospital was equipped with sportswear from our sports team and a couple of books from a foundation that did, I'm blanking on the name, something Readers. And so their first exposure to the school district was before they left the hospital. Also having really great and I'm not saying you don't do these, but really great relationships with realtors, because they too are a first insight to the school district. I think the third thing is internal communications. So you've heard me say this before, a school district's best communication vehicle is your staff. And so making sure that as they're talking with people in the community, their understanding of the program offerings and the benefits of what you do provide. So that kind of all falls underneath family recruitment. And it links a little bit to number 4. What distinguishes Duluth Public Schools from other opportunities? What's your differentiator? And so knowing why people are choosing you could be a really important opportunity. Capacity is a TBD that'll be coming soon. And then that will, as Superintendent Magus said, we'll be able to provide the full picture of not only where your enrollment could go, but how do your facilities look into the future to house them. And then once the whole picture is having conversations on how do you structure and right-size your buildings to grow accordingly or staff and resource accordingly based on what the trends say. So there's a lot of moving parts, a lot of great conversation opportunities, I think, for the school district. And so we know what happens if things don't change. We can see that trend. But there is some levers I think the district has to be able to exercise to have an impact on the future. And it's happening all over. I mean, everybody's having the same types of conversations.
I was just going to say, based on the prior questions about timeline for the capacity study, we have, I have requested a more precise timeline. ICS said they'll be working on it really quickly, and so they've given indication that they're prioritizing it, but I let them know that the board had some interest in more precise timeline, so as soon as I get that, I'll forward it on to the board.
And I was just going to mention, so this is a high-level summary of approximately 85-page, very detailed. If you like the bar charts and numbers, then that is full of all of that data and information. And we also then will start to build, there's an online tool that the administration have access to be able to do some scenario planning, what-if scenarios, what things could look like that you have access to, which I'm envious. I wish I had that as a former business manager, to be able to have that kind of conversation in real time with your data. So it'll be a very, very valuable asset to Simone, I know for sure, and then also the cabinet as well as they have discussions. So there's more to come.
Member Sadowski?
Yeah, thank you for this presentation. I heard you say, and it totally makes sense to me, it's really good to know, why some of our families are going outside this district and why they're coming in. It totally makes sense that sometimes it's just a logistical issue, but then sometimes it's more than that, so it's good to know. Superintendent Magus, this question is more for you. I remember within the last couple of years, I heard you talk about this and different ways that we can collect that kind of feedback from parents. Can you remind us what we've been doing just the last few years to try to get that data? And then obviously we can try to make a plan for the future to improve that. But I remember hearing about that at one point. Am I remembering incorrectly?
I'm searching the depths of my memory now.
Yeah.
I think.
Or maybe it was a conversation about that this is really important, so I'm glad
Well,
it's coming back up again.
We do work through the enrollment group, and we do follow up with families. Simone can probably address that more, but I'm also thinking about, as I was looking at that, I was thinking, what new opportunities do we have? And we have tools like our thought exchange, that might be something that conducting some thought exchange work around this could be helpful as well, because that gathers more nuanced data.
That's a really good question. I remember we had a conversation. I would love for the district to be able to send a postcard to every family and say, hey, can you tell us how many kids are in your family? Because we should be probably doing that on a yearly basis, but due to budget, we haven't done it. And Phil, who's sitting here, our Mars coordinator, does a really good job. He and I sit down, we do a 3-year projection through ADM, through MDE, and we watch our trends. So, when I hear all of this, I'm really happy that we've chosen to stay really conservative with our budgets as far as predicting our enrollment. We have seen a couple of upticks the last couple of years, and I hope we are on that trend, but, Ray and his team, they're taking data and handing that to us. So as far as getting that information out there, we would have to make a commitment to, we probably should do it yearly, is send out a postcard. Are we going to get responses? I would like to. I don't know if that is something, the way people are reaching out anymore, or is it more, is it through a survey? So I think I'd like to see the data from all of this, and then I think we should take a next step and do that work.
We have done, or I had done some of this work in other districts, like in Green Bay. We were doing more of that work, and we did find that the response rates were pretty low, and sometimes it seemed like the responses of why were maybe not totally genuine. I think sometimes, I hate to say it, but I think sometimes people leave schools or parts of districts sometimes for reasons that they don't necessarily want to put on paper, like they want to leave because there's too many poor kids there or too many kids that don't look like their kids. And so I think sometimes there's subtle or not so subtle judgments sometimes that come into decision-making, but I think it's important for us to understand that. I would say that, and I don't mean to miscategorize and say that everybody that leaves the district is leaving because of that feeling. But I think we need to take a look at that. I think that what we find here to a degree as far as a pattern, but also a pattern I've seen elsewhere, is usually districts, it's not like you lose the students all that often during the time they're here. They just never come and try us to begin with. And so I think that that's when you talk about some of the strategies for early interest peaking, like giving books at the nursery and things like that. I think that those are things that we need to consider doing more of, because quite often, like I said, most students who don't come to a school district never even get a shot. And so I think that that, and also making sure that when we have things like our Head Start programming and our early childhood programming, making sure those are as robust as possible so that the first experience is a really good experience, so that when people give it a try, they say, oh, wow, this was great. I'm going to give it a try and keep going. Those are things that we need to look at. But to your point, I think we need to go deeper into that data of the why.
Great, thank you for expanding on that. That was a really helpful conversation. I appreciate some of the good suggestions that you've brought forth here. And I'm glad you talked about the early childhood piece, Superintendent Magus. I know that's come up recently, and I think when we think about that with our study of our buildings and what's going on in our buildings and our space issues, I know that, you know, early childhood education, preschool, childcare is so important to all of our families. So I think that'll be a piece. And then I would just, too, encourage us to kind of, we know our community and our constituents, and we can see, we know trends that are in our community, like a love of the outdoors and nature schools. And so it'll be really rewarding to kind of think about that together as a board with our admin team. And so thank you.
Even thinking about just a recent celebration like the school forest at Myers-Wilkins. It's hard to quantify how many how many families will that maybe keep or attract, right? But I'm sure it will. So thinking about, to your point, not just the environmental perspective, but how are we tapping into those interest areas of our students and advertising in those areas, maybe on big billboards between here and Proctor? I didn't just say that, did I?
There are a number of lights, and I forget who was next, so I'm just going to choose, how about Member Lowfoot and Member Lafleur-Kemp?
Then you have, so my question is just real simple, is that I did hear that this is the overview, and I'm appreciative of kind of starting the conversation because it's new to all of us, you as well. But then you say that there's an 85-page, and I think you said something about you'd share it immediately with us. That wouldn't do me any good. So I'm hoping that the board would say, yeah, we want to learn about the 85-page deep dive, but I would like to have us come together and have you share it with us as a whole board rather than just sharing it with us and then, you know, we kind of peruse it. Unless other board members, I mean, that's a place to start, but I'd rather come together as a whole and go over that again. And and maybe it should be a special meeting because waiting another month isn't going to help us answer some questions we need to answer.
Can I respond to that? So, because you're special, this is the first time that I have done a high-level overview of a report like this. Normally, we have done all 85 pages, and we lose everybody in the room because there's just too much data. So this is actually a strategy to be able to get you an introduction, and then the rest of the report will make a lot more sense as we go through it. So there was some intentionality behind this, and Duluth being special, my first district that I've done this work with this way. So you can give me the positive evaluation later.
As I will. You know, because you're a math nerd, and
I know.
It's clear for me to see that.
Member Lafleur-Kemp and then Member Meixel.
Thank you, and thank you, Ray. We are special in Duluth. I agree. I've appreciated this high level, and I am anxious to see the 85-page report and hoping that we then can sit down again, maybe in a retreat. I also, because I'm already jumping ahead to where Member Sadowski is too, thinking about wanting to share what I think about our community and my door knocking from this fall and what I was hearing from families and working with a lot of early childhood families, what I'm hearing, like everybody here could sit around and do. So I'm anxious to have that space to brainstorm and share our thoughts and then share additional ideas like you mentioned, the three, the real estate, the hospitals, and that third one, and ideas like that. And so how do you envision, Superintendent, our next steps from today?
And actually, I was just about to text Patty and ask, do we have another work session scheduled? I don't think we do. But I think, and actually in the meantime, ICS got back and said that they should give us some information in the morning as far as when they'll be able to complete the study. So what I'd like to do is wait for that information. And sorry, I was just trying to gather the answer to that. But what we could do is we could see when they're going to have the capacity study done, and then all sit down and dive into it. But I think a work session would be probably the best way for us to digest that. And we could, once we know in the morning when the capacity study is done, I could work with Chair Durkeeter to explore times for a work session.
And we did build that into our response, multiple presentation opportunities. So knowing that this isn't going to be a one and done, so happy to come back and walk through all 85 pages, one at a time.
Again, this is just so much good information for us to be considering. The thing that stands out to me the most and what I want to share that I look most forward to in the work that we have ongoing is, the lever that we have the most control over is our market share, and hopefully increasing that. And the advice given by our expert consultant that strengthening program offerings, communication, and building community trust are the highest leverage actions available. So I look forward to working with my board colleagues to start improving on those things.
Yes, I'm not objecting to another work session or anything like that, but I've noticed when we've had our book study, that can take a long time for just 2 chapters. So you're talking 85 pages. I would personally like to read the material myself ahead of time, and if I have any questions, then submit those questions that way. Because if we're going to do 85 pages in a work session, we're going to be here until 10 or 11 o'clock at night. Just want to put that out on the table.
And they're not all words, there's lots of maps and charts, so I'm being a little facetious, but yeah, so there's a lot of maps in there, full-page maps.
But I agree with you, Member Banks, if we think about it like what they would call a flipped lesson, where we send out the information, give people a chance to really digest it and chew on it, and then come to have that conversation. We could probably, depending on what the capacity study looks like too, we could share that out ahead so that people, maybe with some guidance, so that people can work on kind of consuming that information and come ready for a conversation.
And one thing that resonated with me that you shared is staff being a focal point. There are a lot of really good things happening in our district, and we have to make sure that our staff, all of them, are the ones who are championing what's happening in our schools and celebrating all of the things that are going on in our schools so that that gets out and that becomes what draws others to our district and keep people here. Because everyone wants a safe, nurturing, learning environment for their sons and daughters. And we have wonderful programmings to complement that, and we need to focus on, again, promoting the good things that are happening in our district as we continue to, recruit these families back and get families to choose us first. So thank you.
Yep.
Anything else? Seeing no additional green lights, thank you. Oh, the fun isn't over.
Do we want to consider a break, or do we want to keep going?
Chair, would you like to announce that?
We will be taking about a 4-minute break. Because 4 minutes turns into 8 minutes, turns into 10 minutes, turns into 12 minutes. I'll call us back to the table, please. I'll call us all back. Taking poop on them right away.
This is a meeting.
When this one's done, Jill, I'm gonna take off because Camden's home and he's not fed yet, whatever. So after this, I'm gonna take off, so you're in charge. Yeah, Jason's at it, yeah. All righty, I think I'll call us back to attention. And Director Larva, is it just you?
I believe it is just me.
Okay, all right.
However, I do have some senior leaders here as well.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
Help support, so.
I was like,
They're not excused from this.
okay, it's like, can we get you sitting with somebody? Technology, are we getting ready to go back on? Or are we on already? Thank you. Great, we're back, and so I'll turn it back over to Assistant Superintendent Bonds.
Thank you, and thank you everyone for being patient with us over the brief break here. So next up under Improving Systems is a report from Director Larva related to our ALC compliance report and next steps. So I'll turn it over to Director Larva.
Hi, thank you, everyone. This is a little bit of a different approach for me. Usually I come with a presentation, but instead I wanted to give you the actual documents so that we could walk through them and answer any questions. I wanted you to be fully aware of the situation and the actions to address the sanctions that we have received. So this letter you can see is dated on April 20th, 2026. We found out about 2 weeks ago about some deficiencies in our Alternative Learning Center programming, reporting, things that came out from a desk audit. So this is just the letter that is stating that, and I'm just going to let you peruse that at your own leisure. But I wanted to talk to you, and I should state, so this is a desk review that started in August of 2025. We were informed by Christy Ergang, who is the alternative learning specialist down at MDE. She's also been working with Eric Billett, the supervisor of Career and College Success Division, and then Sally Reynolds, you'll see on there, and she is the director of College and Career Success Division. And so these three folks have been supporting the district for a period of time with all of our alternative programming, and this was a desk audit, and so it wasn't them coming into the school or into our programs, but looking at documentation was what a desk audit is. So as we go down, you're going to see that there's a monitoring report. It's right here. Thank you. So the MDE staff who participated were those three individuals that I just talked about. They required some documents for monitoring, including the list of all students that are enrolled in the independent study program for the fiscal year of 2023 and 2024. They asked for all teacher schedules, for our licensures, file folder numbers, if they were providing independent study instruction for the 2023 and 2024 school years. All of those things had been requested. Documents were being provided on a timely basis. There were additional asks that came about, so they would look at some documents, and then there might be another additional ask. And it looks like, let's see, where was it? December, they requested for some clarification. Oh, they asked for CLPs in November, and then they asked for some clarification on those documents. And there were some emails back and forth between the Alternative Learning Center administrator and MDE, but they needed to make sure that they had sent in their continual learning plans, and those were submitted in January. We did have our school finance, our business services and people who would reach out to school finance at MDE were asking for some technical assistance on some of the reporting that needed to happen regarding the 4-day week. And at that point in time is when we found out that we had some concerns about that 4-day week flexible schedule, which I know you talked about at a previous meeting. So that's where that kind of came about. So it was like we had this desk audit, and then some other things came about, needed to be submitted, and then other things came up and needed to be submitted. So it just kind of grew a little bit throughout the whole process. There are 3 critical elements that we have been found to have some areas in which we were either partially in compliance or not in compliance. Those are articulated in this document. Our critical element number 1 is organization and administration. And so you can see, looking at the document where we are partial, you'll see those little check boxes. You'll also see if we're not in compliance, and you're also going to see the state statute or the rule that is governing that aspect that they're looking at. So when we look at the sub-elements under organization and administration, it states that the ALC must have received approval from MDE to operate as a state-approved alternative program. That's what SAP means, so I wanted to be clear. I told you what it meant. And then the ALC must be a site on MDE's org. And that has happened. That is not anything that was out of compliance that way, except I think our application was done like way back in the day. And so we don't really have current documentation on what that originally looked like, that original programming, because it was done so long ago. But I don't know where the finding is partial compliances, but I think it's around our school within a school. And so the site means a separate facility. A program within a facility or a district such as school within a school is a separate ALC site once the school board recognizes that as a site. So that's something we're digging into just to make sure that we're in compliance with our MARS reporting on that. Our next sub-element was providing, the ALC provides comprehensive educational services to enrolled secondary students throughout the entire year, including a daytime program for both high school and middle level. Their finding there is that we're in partial compliance. And then the third sub-element was that they must develop and maintain a separate record system that permits identification of membership for the students participating in that program. And then there's some more details about that, but it's about our record keeping. So this is where the compliance issues were found. We had some online instruction that was being associated with our independent study. Way back in the day when there was approval, I'm sure, it was like coming in and doing paper packets. Well, over time, things have evolved. They felt, like going through the documents, that how it was being implemented did not align with some of the statutory requirements for a SAP, a state-approved alternative program. So there was a lack of clarity around attendance expectations and how those records are being kept related to attendance policies and procedures. So you'll see something later on about a Google form, and so kids were just going into a form and entering in their time. It wasn't. It was like a digital check-in is kind of what they were doing, and they were answering some questions. So they found that to be something that they would like to see us clean up. They also were operating on a 4-day instructional week without receiving approval for that flexible learning year that we've already talked about. We had a lot of blending that was going on with our enrollment records between seat-based and our independent study in one record, and so we need to clean up some of our records around enrollment. The way that it was stated was that students would have to complete a certain number of contact hours to pass a class, and that is really around trying to earn the ADM, and we can't define it as such. Students should be awarded the credit when they pass and are marked for attendance and membership per the calculation of the program. Then there's a document link there that they want us to follow. And then independent study was kind of blended within the school schedule. It wasn't really clear when independent study was being offered versus ALC seat-based on the schedules that had been provided. And so we've been asked to clean that up and make sure that our schedule is really defined times as being, these are for seat-based times, and these ones here are for independent study and for our teachers as well. Our course catalog did not include some courses for which some teachers were assigned to teach, and I'm saying that not our course catalog, but the independent study course catalog. So they had a separate course catalog that they were running, and it wasn't all being reflected, so our course catalog needs to be updated, and so that will be something that's pretty easy for us to do. And then student transcripts need to reflect those courses that are not included. There's an annual independent study report that the principal submits every year. And so we need to make sure that the transcripts are reflecting courses that maybe aren't being included on there. Our record-keeping system needs to make sure that it's identifying enrollment by course and instructional activity. It did not also demonstrate how our average daily membership is generated and connected to the coursework. So by looking at the teacher's schedules, it wasn't really clear how that's documented to support the instructional delivery and those membership claims. So it has an example. In some cases, students took 13 or more courses over a year in independent study, and so that seems to be quite a few courses, and so they wanted to make sure that we were having check-ins quite regularly, instruction being provided by students, that they're not just working independently, that it's being overseen by teachers. So we need to make sure that our MARS record and our ADM generated are in alignment. And I know Phil's here, and so if we have MARS-specific questions, I know that Phil would be able to answer any of that. Do we have any questions on that first section of our?
Just a clarification on, like, what would be some examples of independent study that students have been doing? I just need to kind of.
Yeah, so in the years that this has the desk review audit happening, 23 and 24, we used a program called Peak, and maybe some of you have heard about Peak in the past, I'm not sure, but Peak was an online program that they would enroll students in, and they would do the coursework through an online provider. We have since changed that to being run through our Canvas classroom module format that all teachers are using, right? Credit recovery was also utilizing Peak in many ways, shapes, or form. And so it was being more of an online program. It was kind of like doing worksheets online without necessarily stopping and having those check-ins with the teacher.
Thank you.
Member Banks?
So page 43, please, bullet 2. The ALC is operating on a 4-day instructional week without receiving approval for a flexible learning year. When did that start? And I don't recall, I don't know if I was on the board at the time it happened, or when did that start?
My understanding is that they had gone through a process in 2011 and working with the union and reaching an MOU for us to be able to do a 4-day week. It was considered to be under the alternative programs realm at that time. And somewhere along the line, something had shifted, and flexible learning calendars are applied for through the state, and I think that it just needed, there's now an application, it's not like just open-ended, like you can do this for an alternative program and be open-ended for the rest of time. It needs to be resubmitted every 6 years for an alternative program. And so somewhere along the line, maybe with some transitions with administration, lost track of that perhaps. And so we did do the application for just a 1-year extension. There are a lot of things that come about from that, and we need to make sure that we're planning very carefully in all of this. So the 1-year extension would give us a year of grace while we continue planning, looking forward and ahead.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay.
Sure, and it's also my understanding that, so there was greater flexibility for alternative learning programs, but with that having changed, that's a fairly recent change, and so when I talked to MDE, they're allowing for at least moderate flexibility for the applications this year because it's new for a lot of people, but we are behind in it, so that it's something that we were able to submit, and I think that we will be okay with that. But again, to Director Larva's point, we have to make sure that the 4-day week is in the best interest of the students as we rethink this, and we also have to make sure that the number of contact minutes is sufficient to meet the standards for the programming.
All right, if we're ready to move forward a little bit, we can go and take a peek at critical element area number 2, which was around admissions. One of the things that students who are engaging with alternative programming need is to have a continual learning plan. It needs to be developed at least annually with participation from students and parents and teacher and other staff that might need to be involved, and everybody needs to sign it and date it. It needs to specify what learning experiences are going to be happening during that entire fiscal year and are necessary for grade progression or for secondary students' graduation. So that was the big area that we have there, and it tells all the different things that they must include. So where we have the issues that came about from that is that okay, yeah. So the compliance issues that were found were that we were unable to provide valid, compliant CLPs for the enrolled students during that time frame of 2023 and 2024. Those CLPs did not necessarily meet the statutory requirements for annual development. They might have been rolled over from 1 year to the next. Participant involvement, those signatures from all or required core elements. The district had submitted the forms, but not the completed CLPs with graduation requirements and courses. Clarification had been sought on the completion of records, but the district was unable to provide signed copies of the completed CLPs, and in some cases, it had appeared that the referral form served as the CLP, and so that we need to have 2 separate forms, like there's a referral form, and then the continuous learning plan needs to be a separate piece of it. So, any questions about the continual learning plans?
I'm assuming that the CLPs these continual learning plans have to have elements of standards for the courses that they will, so let's just use an example of, I don't know, 10th grade history, I don't know. But so then those CLP plans would need to have the 10th grade history state standards documented in those? Is that kind of what?
Not necessarily the state standards, but goals of the student written around what their goals are for the areas that they're getting support in. So if they're trying to attain graduation, they would be writing a goal about, I'm going to take however many classes. We'd have teachers that would be doing.
So it's for student, not for class.
Not necessarily for class. So
okay.
I'm thinking about an elementary, because this also impacts our elementary in the end, you'll see, but targeted services, we have Excel programming. And so a kid might be referred, and they might be referred because they are needing some extra support in reading. So a reading goal would be written for that student. And then that needs to be monitored and assessed at some point in time.
Got it. Okay, thank you for that
Welcome.
clarification.
All right, then we'll move on to programming, which is critical element number 3. The areas where we were not compliant were that the district is providing online instruction in the ALC must meet the requirements of the Online and Digital Instruction Act and all SAP statutes, and that persons providing instruction are appropriately licensed with a Minnesota teaching license in the field and grade level being taught. So these were the issues that had been found, was that our student instructional modality, like seat-based, independent study, or online instruction, they were not consistently communicated through the schedule. Teacher contact time wasn't really clear and documented, and then into the CLPs and into the teacher schedule. So we need to clean that up. Instruction was being provided in subject areas without appropriately licensed staff. Specifically, there was no licensed teacher assigned for chemistry instruction, and instruction in health, bi-ed, and music was being provided by individuals without appropriate licensure. So we were going without properly licensed staff teaching those content areas. And then teacher contact time was counted when students filled out the Google form, which is what I kind of was talking about before, which does not meet the requirement for attendance for membership in independent study. So there needs to be a dynamic exchange between the instructor and the student, and it should not be just a check-in that's on the behalf of the student in a Google form. Any questions about that programming side?
So when the Google form, so teacher contact time was counted when students filled out the Google form, which of the sub-elements in programming, which is that attached to a state statute, or is that going back to how we count for MARS data for student contact hours and all that? Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
The MARS data, okay, all right.
Yeah.
So this really kind of goes back to
Critical Area 1.
critical area 1, okay.
Yep. All right. So our next steps that we heard more about were that our ALC is going to be reclassified as an alternative learning program starting on July 1. Targeted services programs would be closed as of July 1, and independent study approval will be discontinued as of July 1. So what that means is that how we are currently functioning as an alternative learning center, we're able to bring in students from Proctor, from Hermantown, from Two Harbors. We can continue to function as an alternative learning program, which we can serve our own students. We're not going to be able to serve any partnering school districts if we're under that designation for a period of time. Do you have something you want to add? Oh, scroll up a little bit, okay. Oh, the next steps part, yeah. Yeah, I saw you waving from the corner, so I wasn't sure if you needed something from me. Targeted services really covers our K through 8 programming that we have. So we have after-school Excel programs, and we also have summer school programming, which falls under targeted services. So that would be closed as of July 1. And then the independent study, which is that modality where kids aren't being seat-based, but they're maybe doing credit recovery or independent study things online with support of a teacher, that's being discontinued as well. So those are kind of the 3 different parts and buckets, maybe it would be the ideal way of saying it, to the ALC. ALC is very complicated, and it's got like 3 distinct parts to it. So those are being discontinued. The district must complete the full ALC application process, the independent study application process, and the targeted services application process. So on top of the flexible 4-day learning application that I've submitted already, there are 3 additional applications that are going to need to be submitted before we can get back our status to where we are currently.
Member Williams?
Thank you. When you say credit recovery, does that include summer
programming?
Yes.
Thank you.
Member Banks?
So can you share with us how is this going to impact those students who rely on, who utilize ALC, many of whom are students of color, Native heritage students, other students who count on the ALC to support them? How is that going to impact that demographic of students?
So I would like to talk about that a little bit more detail, but what I will say in this moment right now is that we have to discontinue services on July 1 as they stand under Duluth Public Schools operating as an ALC. That would impact all students, but I would like to add a little bit more after I kind of get through this letter, if that's okay? Okay, thank you. The last thing that they asked us to do is that within 30 days of receipt of the letter, we must submit an action plan addressing the compliance issues listed above. And so that plan would include specific step, who's responsible for completing it, timelines for the implementation, and evidence that the district will provide to MDE to verify completion of tasks. So we have to have all of that completed, written out, and submitted. So if we don't do that, then we're further into noncompliance and would place the program's approval status at risk for even being an alternative learning program for 2027. So that's being said, I wanted to talk a little bit about some things. I'm gonna talk about them right now because I know that this is the burning questions on everybody's mind. Oh my gosh, so what are we gonna do about summer school? And that's really where we're landing with a lot of things. So when we were, once we got these findings, so Superintendent Magus reached out to MDE and scheduled a meeting with the team that had issued this, so Eric Billett and Christy Ergang. And so we met to discuss all the different findings, and then what does that actually mean? What does that actually look like? Believe me, Assistant Superintendent Bonds was almost begging to make sure that we could continue with targeted services. However, that's a statutory, it's a statutory compliance issue. So we cannot function our targeted services program because of when you lose that ALC status, you no longer can function your targeted services. So in that conversation that we were having, Chrissy Ergang did state that it is possible that you could operate summer programming under another ALC's designation. And so Superintendent Magus did reach out to Cloquet, and we do have a conversation scheduled for tomorrow to talk about the possibility of partnering with Cloquet in order for us to be able to continue to offer targeted services support for our summer school programming K-8. We also will talk about what that could look like for our independent study and our credit recovery programs as well. In lieu of that, I've also been spending a lot of time down at the ALC lately, and we've been having a lot of conversation about, like, is it possible for us to even run even under our own designation till June 30th and be able to offer some credits to kids? It would be possible. We could get enough time in to offer up to 2 credits for students if we went every single day from June 8th to June 30th, which may or may not be best for kids. You kind of think about kids. Because kids, we want to make sure that we're doing what's best for them all. So I'll know more. Like, that's our backup plan. That's the backup plan that we have currently that I've been talking to with the ALC staff, so that if it's not something that we can do under Cloquet's ALC, we do have a way to offer up to 2 credits, and that's how much they usually get during the summertime. But kids would have to be really focused on getting their things accomplished within that shorter time frame. So we're working on plans, different plans.
Thank you. And typically, partnering means that they will serve as the flow-through district for us financially. We would still offer our same summer school programming that we want to run. They are also eligible to keep a certain portion of the finances, so up to 10% they are able to keep if they are, if they decide to keep it. And
Patty,
so
do you want me to present the next one?
Superintendent Magus, then Member Williams.
And that would be for the administrative overhead of running the finances of that. I would say that, I mean, I don't want to forecast too much in a public meeting, but they seemed receptive to the concept, and I should know more tomorrow, and I can provide a report tomorrow to the board after we hear from them. Also, as you noted, the closure of the ALC and the switch to the ALP would mean that we aren't able to serve the area students, that we could serve our own students, but not area students. And so that would involve us informing the other districts that we partner with, which I've done. So I've talked to the superintendents in Lake Superior, Hermantown, and Proctor to let them know that if things fall the way that they look like they will fall, then we will not be able to serve their students in the fall. And there aren't that many students that we have coming in.
That was my follow-up, is just about how
Yeah.
many students.
Have to get the total, but
Yeah, I would have to get that from,
it's not a huge number.
Looks like Member Lawful.
Yeah, actually, let me just say, it's not a huge number, but any number is too large. Like, when we think about impact on kids that are struggling, and I don't want to minimize by saying just because it's a few kids that it doesn't matter.
So it confuses me a little bit when we start right from the get-go that this is a 2023-24 desk audit. So then my question would be, can we provide the kind of things that we weren't able to provide for 23-24? What if we're currently following plan? I mean, it seems like we are 3 years from where our violations and our not following protocol happens, but why can't we, or why wouldn't they ask for follow-up for a following year?
those are great questions. And I would love to be able to share in the next document that we have, which is our corrective actions plan. Some of these things have already been addressed by the Alternative Learning Center staff and leadership that was down there. So I'm gonna go ahead and present the next document. I just think it's easier for me to navigate it if that's okay. Oops.
And as you're pulling that up, I'd just like to state publicly too that we have a lot of teachers at ALC that are working very hard for our students and care deeply about our students, and they're frustrated and concerned as well. So I know sometimes with this, there's a sense of shame and a sense of frustration and fear on their part, and I just want to say that I know that they are working for students with good heart, and that they are caring people who want to see people succeed, and they really want to re-envision their program in a positive way. And I think that they're, to some degree, are seeing this as an opportunity to have deep reflection and deep revisioning of what they want to do and how they're going to do it. And so I think even though this is a time of deep concern and frustration, it's also a time when we're having some hope as to what this could result in.
And so thank you for that, because that's kind of what I want to highlight here. When we take a look at this corrective action plan, I did create a dashboard so that it would be easier to communicate as we go along. I'm assuming that there'll be regular updates to the board, and I wanted to be able to, in a quick way, show our progress on some of the actions that we have, okay? And I also want you to understand that this is a draft, because I will submit to the state and they might have some recommendations of things that I might need to add into our corrective actions plan. So I just want to preface all of that with that. So this document, you will see in this dashboard, if you see in blue, things that are already are actually green are completed. There's some things that the ALC had already done that I could mark off as being completed, one real item that's completed. But if you'll see in progress, there's 9 items that have already been started. And some of them are things that just needs to have MD approval as we move along. So I feel like they've done really good work in addressing things. as far as like the independent study, they were starting to see that, yep, we need to do some things different. Peak is not meeting the needs of kids. Let's create these modules. The schedule, they worked really hard this year. They had lots of conversations, and we're trying to clearly delineate when the independent study instruction was happening versus when they had the seat-based instruction happening. So there's some really good things in here that have already been started, maybe not yet finalized, and are probably things that need to have a bigger, broader lens put on them. So one of my tasks is to engage in different stakeholders as we're moving things forward so that it is not just being done in a silo, that we have representation from East, we have representation from Denfeld, that we're partnering with our MDE partners, and potentially expanding even to our partnering school districts as well, getting some feedback once we get some planning done. So those three critical element areas you can see along the bottom here. So when you take a look, that report had broken it down into those three areas of organization, administration, admissions, and programming. And so I did also put those tabs along the bottom. And then I also created one called cross systems improvements that kind of just go across the whole system.
I just want to point out for the public and for the media here that in our board book, we don't have access to the tabs. So this is only in an Excel spreadsheet that we have via email. So wait for future, if there's questions, that might be why.
So I will have Shannon print it so that it's the whole workbook instead of just the front page then. Okay. Thank you for that. All right, so if you look at the organization administration, you'll see that I've listed out the findings that were identified within that report that we received. I then added a corrective action step that would take care of that finding, and then what the evidence of it would be. The timeline is just very general right now. And then who is the responsible party? So I also feel like I need to add like status is in progress, but then like a notes category. I just haven't done that yet. So you'll see the 4-day week approval. So seeking that 1 year of extension, the flexible learning application submitted, and we needed to determine then a compliant calendar. All those things have been submitted. Our application was kind of, there are some missing elements to the application. We were told that regardless of where we were, we needed to submit the application by a certain date, and I think I had 4 days. It was really a quick turnaround. And there's things like public meetings that need to happen around that flexible day schedule. And so there are going to be some components that still need to be completed within that. So it's in progress. Yes, it's been submitted to the state, but there are still components of things that need to be worked on. So I just want to kind of like, yep, I already submitted it, but I can't mark it as complete, if that makes sense. So I just wanted you to be aware of that. So you'll be able to see as we move along. I'm not going to go through each and every one of these line items. So I'm going to just kind of give you a second, but you'll see that we're trying to define the action step and what we're going to do in order to correct the findings. In the admissions or CLP area, I'm going to click to that one so you can see that. They've already done some work around the CLPs. I have it written as not started right now, only in that I haven't done like a review of what that is and what it needs to look like, but there's already been work that's done there. So the missing elements, they've been running a lot of their things through something called JotForm. So I was working for a bit there with Danielle Dorn, our Infinite Campus specialist, to see if we could run it through Infinite Campus instead of through JotForms. But with our partnering with schools outside of our district, we're going to maintain the JotForm format. But I just need to make sure that all those things are aligned before I'm willing to say that we're in progress or that we're completed. I just haven't had a chance to review those pieces yet. Making sure that we get those signatures. They've been making sure that they've been doing that all along this year, having all of those signatures prior to the enrollment, and that's part of that changeover of how they're using their forms. Yeah, so those are some things that had been, they've had already started working on as far as correcting them. On the programming tab, they've already eliminated that Google Form attendance practice that had been completed. It was eliminated at the start of this school year. I felt very confident saying that that was complete. It was replaced with structured engagement and monitoring systems within the Canvas modules. So it might be that students complete a certain number of tasks, and then it's like you need to now connect with your teacher before you move on, so that they're having more of that engagement with a teacher. Yeah, there's just a lot of different checkpoints. I guess that's what I want to say, that there's checkpoints that are being embedded within their Canvas modules. You can see that we're implementing more of the engagement systems. They use what's called MIRS. It's just a state program. I can't even remember what it stands for. It's kind of like BAR at Denfeld. I know we've heard a lot about BAR. It's kind of like the state's version of BAR. And so like monitoring those kids, checking in with kids who are at risk. And so they're using, the teachers get into these groups and they're looking through the data and then like, hey, who haven't we heard from in a while? Who do we need to connect with? And then doing more outreach. And so they're trying to embed more outreach within their program. We are taking a look at the unlicensed staff. I think that was one of the big concerns I could see on your faces. So I've done an audit of the teaching assignments. We have some teachers that are teaching that need OFPs, which are called out of field placements. And so I've been working with HR to correct this. And I know that forms have gone to the teachers to be signed and submitted to PELSB. So those are all things that are in the works. As far as the course delivery being misaligned to licensure, I don't know yet what the schedule is going to look like for next year, so we just want to make sure we always have aligned courses to staff that are licensed. So those are some things that haven't been started because of that. And then just taking a look at our online instruction compliance. I haven't started that, looking at it to see like, hey, is what they're currently doing in alignment. So some of those things I've just marked as not started because I haven't even been able to meet with any teachers or anything about that. And then the last piece there, the cross-systems improvement. These are some things that are just in general that I feel are things that we need to make sure that we're including in our plan. One of them is staff training. We need to make sure that staff are trained on all those compliance issues with the CLP and all of our instructional models, like what the actual expectations are for an engagement with a student. The monitoring systems, like how are we going to be monitoring this? Like there needs to be some sort of compliance review, and how are we using our MIRS team for monitoring our engagement with students? Realignment of MIRS with their advisory, and then some program redesign and alignment. And some of these are ideas that, once presented to MDE might shift and change to better reflect what they would like to see happening within the program. And within the action plan. I think this is the right one. Yes, this is mine. The last thing, was there any questions about the action plan before I move on to the response to MDE letter?
Sure. I think first and foremost, I want to say that as superintendent, that we bear responsibility. Anything that happens in the district, I bear responsibility for, and that we have responsibility for it. And Assistant Superintendent Bonds and Director Larva have responsibility for oversight as well. I do want to say, and I can't go too deeply into things because of the issues related to things that might be more personnel related, but we have been working really with the site, working on accountability measures, and I can provide greater explanation in another forum for that. It's not meant for public conversation just because of the nature of it. But there has been significant work in trying to create partnership with the site, and and I'm not trying to be dismissive of the teachers. The teachers are good teachers trying to do good things, but there was a lot of pushback from site leadership in general, and that was a major part of the problem here as far as the accountability piece. And so I'm not going to go any further into that, but I just want to say that no matter what, we own it. I own it. Assistant Superintendent Bonds owns it. Director Larva owns it. And we're all committed to working together on improvement. But this is not, there were things within this report that were things that we were concerned about and trying to address as well over the course of the past many years. And I know I've discussed some of those things with Chair Dirk Eater, but even over the many years had very, very significant conversations with Chair Lowfold when she was chair. So it's, this is something that we've been trying to work on for quite some time, and it's unfortunate that it came to this public piece of these findings, but we are deeply and wholly committed to seeking resolution. I know that Director Larva and Assistant Superintendent Bonds and the site is really leaning into this too. They're saying that they are recognizing some of the things that they felt a little shaky on, that they wanted to do differently, and they want to do differently now. So I think that there's a renewed opportunity for all of us to lean in and think about, again, to that because kids piece, and think about what are we going to do to move forward. And you see from the dashboard what we have as far as what those steps are going to look like. But then too, with this response to MDE, it really outlines that we are planning to lean in. And I would also say that MDE wants to partner. It's not like they're just saying, like, here's your punishment, go take this punishment. They're saying that they do not like to have these consequences for us, and they want to work with us in partnering moving forward. And I've also, reached out to the commissioner and had conversation with him about it. But it's very complex how we got to this point, and we are deeply committed to resolving it.
Thank you. So this last final piece is a letter that I have drafted, have gone through, did somebody need me first? No, sorry. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Was drafted, Assistant Superintendent Bonds and I have, we've reviewed this. Really what we're doing is, first of all, we're thanking them for the feedback, extending our appreciation for meeting with our team when we had some questions about it, and for their support moving forward, continuing to appreciate that partnership so we can move forward. Submitting the response so that we can get into full statutory compliance while preserving our high-quality student-centered pathways. I think that's the important part there, that to highlight out of there. I also have let them know that they should be working directly with me if they have any questions, that I will be leading the charge as we have some transitions happening there. That I'm centering those corrective actions on those three primary element areas, and how we're going to move that forward, and then respectfully requesting some continual guidance as we continue to partner with them, so that we can get those applications completed, and making sure that all of the programming that we are doing is under that statutory and procedure guidance of MDE. So I think it's well written. I think that we're ready to send it, but we wanted to make sure that it was brought here in case there are any questions before we do send off things to MDE. Any questions or concerns in general?
Chair Derek Eater.
Member Sadowski.
Sorry, I didn't see the green there first.
Oh,
Member Sadowski?
That's okay. I don't know who was first. Anyway, I was just going to say, appreciate all the information that we were given even prior to this meeting. I think that this is a really well-written letter. I appreciated the opportunity to share in reading it and give feedback. Obviously, this has really been disappointing news, very concerned about our ALC students, but really appreciate the work that you're doing and going to continue to do to kind of right the ship, to definitely right the ship. I know a lot of students depend on the programming at the ALC, so whatever we can do to kind of make sure that all the programming can continue in some fashion would be great. So thank you.
I would second what Member Sadowski said, and I also just want to be clear that as we're working through this problem, issue, whatever we want to call it, is that we are making sure that we are going to find solutions that better work for kids. And as we know, we just had our graduation rates presentation done, and we know that when it comes to our independent studies, we have some significant work to do to improve those graduation rates. And I want to use this as an opportunity to figure out how we can bring those graduation rates up to where they need to be, which is, 100%, which we all dream about, right? And I also want to just be very clear that as we go through this process, that the Duluth Public Schools is going to be very transparent as we walk through this, and my expectation is that you'll be coming back to give us monitoring and being clear and concise with our community about the progress that we're making, where we stand with MDE, and when we can expect to have our programming back to where we need it to be. So I just want to be clear that we understand that this, we all hold responsibility for this because we know it's going to negatively affect kids and families. We're going to make sure that we're lifting up the kids as we come for solutions, that these are kid-centered solutions, and that we want to be transparent with our community and be honest and open with how we got here and where we're going to go. So I appreciate the work that you're all doing on this, and just know that, I'm sure I can speak for the board as we expect, monitoring and transparency, not just with us, but with our community. Thank you.
Member Meixel, then Member LaFleur-Kemp.
I just have a few quick questions. Just curious, was the audit something that happens just as a routine, or did they come to us because they had concerns with other things that had been submitted in the past?
I'm not exactly sure.
That might be unanswerable if we don't know.
I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
and
No, I mean, this is something that we can answer. There was concerns brought to us by parents in the past related to attendance, and something that we started looking into. And apparently there was also communication with MDE related to attendance, which triggered emails with questions around how we were doing attendance, which led to more emails, which then led to the peeling back of the onion.
And I would add too that there, what I said earlier about taking ownership for this, we're taking ownership of it because we all collectively want to do what we need to do to correct this situation and care for kids. I would also say that we have done our job of working to hold people accountable and working to within the system. And I think when you see the results of our investigation and timeline and the results there, you'll see that there was a lot of work done by Assistant Superintendent Bonds and Director Larva for that accountability. So when I said we all bear responsibility, we do, and it was almost always met with extreme pushback and what do you call it, obfuscation, just basically trying to make things muddy. And I don't want to go too deeply into that because there are other issues involved. But I know that Director Larva and Assistant Superintendent Bonds, I've seen the emails, I've seen the summaries, and I know that there was significant work looking into this, and there were things that we had in question over the years that when we were digging into them and pushing and prodding, we got a lot of pushback. And we were trying to also work with MD to make sure that we were in compliance. And I would say that when you say, where did some of this come from? Part of it came from us asking questions about like, hey, is this right? It wasn't that we were trying to cause problems for us or investigate in that manner, but we were trying to do our due diligence of ensuring that we were in compliance. And out of that came deeper study and knowledge that we were very far out of compliance. So again, it wasn't anything done with vindictive nature or anything whatsoever of that sort. It was just wanting to make sure that we were following statute and following the law. And I think that that's where some of this came from too, is just our pushing on the system, trying to truth seek. So it's an uncomfortable and messy situation that's going to have consequences for kids, and we're going to do our best to take responsibility and shift that and improve the system. But it's based on many years of work, like many years of work trying to document and get this right. But we're at this point, and we're owning it 110%, and we're going to fix it.
Member Mike, so your light's still green?
Yep. Is AEO affected in any of this?
No, they weren't under review at all, and so at this point in time, there's no sanctions or anything against AEO. It's functioning just as normal.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate, some of the explanations, and I just also want to, share that I know our teaching staff and the ALC are deeply committed to the students that they serve, and I'm just grateful that they're, part of the team that's going to, help correct these issues, so.
And and that's where it gets messy in trying to explain, because I think I think the teachers there really do have huge heart for our kids too, and they are deeply committed, and they're partnering with us. And I don't want this to become a incident of finger pointing and blaming, when really we have to the only people that are going to get hurt through that are the kids. We all have to come together as a team, and I trust the teachers that we're going to work with, and I trust the administrators I'm working with, and I want to make sure that we're all leaning into it as hard as we can to correct it as quickly as we can, because there are good people involved. There are good staff members. There are great families. There are great kids, and they're the kids that probably need us the most. So this is why this is our top. I would say this is our top priority as a district this summer, is to fix this.
I would like to provide a little clarification on when you asked about AEO impact. There's some impact with AEO as it relates to contractual language that we may have. As you know, AAOC, AEO they share sometimes staff, and there's some braiding of FTE, so there will be some impact as it relates to staffing at the site. Also, AEO operates, with the 4-day calendar, which we also had to include as part of the application. So there was some impact to AEO, but it wasn't as a result of any kind of, not infraction, the word is infraction in my head, or
Sanctions.
sanction. Thank you.
Sanctions, yeah.
So just wanted to provide that clarity. I think I called Member Loeffler-Kemp, then Member Lawford.
Thank you, and a lot's been said that I support and agree with, and it's a great letter, Jen, very well written, and I highlighted all the good things.
Oh, good.
But I guess the one question I had in terms of that dashboard, which I really appreciated that visual, is how are we going to be updated on that, just so we can continue to see us moving forward with that. And I just appreciate all the work that's been done in a very short amount of time. So I just really want to say that to you, as well as to the team and to our teachers. But I guess I just want to make sure we're kind of seeing the progress that's happening and with that dashboard you put together. And so will we get an update next month, or?
I envision myself being like Simone every single time you have a cow committee, there's something about the budget related down there. And I feel like that's going to probably be a natural thing that's going to happen, is that I'll just come back and kind of give you the update if there is one or not. I mean, it might even be that it's like, hey, I submitted the stuff to MDE, and that might be the only thing I have. Who knows, but whatever it is, I will give you an update every month.
Okay, great. And then I guess I would just say, as it's been said, the kids at ALC and the families really count on us. I know it's my favorite graduation I go to every year, and I look forward to us all being there to celebrate with the teachers like we do every year, and, even more important that we're all there this year. But, so please pass that on to the staff that, as you're having conversations as well.
I will, thank you.
Great appreciation.
Yeah, and I would assume too, Member Loeffler-Kemp brings up graduation, and that's kind of, I've got a bundle of questions that say, are there, because of this audit from 23, 24, are there impacts that we haven't heard about tonight about the class of 25, 26? Or the soon-to-be graduating seniors or soon-to-be graduating juniors. When I look at like teacher out of licensure, if that's seriously something that they check as not compliant, there's some credit stuff that happens because of that. So I'm sure your study is still going that way as far as was there credit given when there wasn't a licensure teacher. And I hate to bring that depth up. Maybe that's not a question some of us would answer, but I serve on the BOSA board of administrations with licensure, so I know Pelsby. And that's one thing that really does bother me is that, teachers teaching out of licensure is it's a pretty easy mistake. It's something that you'd know it if, so you kind of make that mistake knowing that, it can be caught, I would think, unless, I do know that there's variances, and maybe a lot of our staff that were teaching in music or in Phi Ed that didn't have the licensure got a variance, and maybe they just forgot to get another one, or they were, sometimes they deny that second variance. But I just see that I'm hoping there's no complications with credits or with our students' impact right now, the juniors and the seniors that are going to ALC, that we're going to look at some of this compliance issue. So that's one thing. The other thing that kind of sticks out to me too in the list of some things that we weren't compliant with is the student program goals, the CLPs. That I see that almost like an IEP for special education, and how impactful that is and how severe that violation is in the MDE eyes. And I'm glad that they're being compassionate, and they're knowing that we weren't doing this on purpose or to hurt anyone. It's just how we work with our students. We see their needs, and we're so wanting to make sure that their needs are filled and that their lives are, that there's someone building a relationship with our students. So those are just my overall, any impacts, and I know that, you're probably checking on that, and hopefully there's not any severe. And my last comment too is I really do hope that we can somehow partner with Cloquet to offer some programming, but I do understand if they want to take a step away, because right now we have some violations that we weren't doing, and so how can we assure Cloquet that we as a board, as a school board, know of the issues and are willing to say, we are, as a team, going to make sure that we're dotting our I's and crossing our T's. But thank you, and again, just like everybody said, this is something that is concerning. We are nervous, we are worried, we are understanding, and we're going to keep moving forward, because that's what you do for the kids that we serve.
And I appreciate your words, Member Lowfoot, and the support the board is giving to us in this moment, because we are taking it very seriously. And to answer some of the questions, at least the very first one, I hope not, in terms of the first thing you asked about it impacting juniors and seniors. I hope not. That's not something we've had any indication that it will impact them, but those are things that we are working with MDE now, and Jen has started setting up meetings with those contacts there to start digging into some of the impact, but that's not one thing that they have surfaced at this point in time, that there would be some retraction of credits for kids. So I'm hoping that that is not the case. That would be really devastating. We already have some devastating news. That would be truly devastating if there would be some taking away of credits from kids because there was an unlicensed teacher teaching the course. But we don't believe that's going to be the case. And so, Jen, you want to share anything else?
Yeah, I wanted to present here. I wanted to submit our response to MDE. That's kind of our first step. And then begin regularly scheduling time with Christy Ergain. And that is one of the questions that I do have, just ensuring that our kids are going to be protected.
And again, I keep going back to the fact that this is an audit from 23, 24, so I just don't know what we've been doing in 25, 26. And hopefully, for whatever reason, there's not a staff out of compliance right now because, there's just things,
We're working on that issue right now.
Yeah,
I'm just
okay.
going to let you know that I've been working with our new HR director and Megan Rosillo to address some of those things that we discovered when we did our audit. Mm-hmm.
Member Williams?
Thank you. I had similar, if not the same questions as Member Lofald, so thank you for asking that, particularly about graduation this year being affected. And similarly about summer school. I'm super focused on summer school as someone who worked in the summer school for a couple of years. So I understand and I hear you that it affects, this affects us offering the program to other districts. And we can possibly still offer to our current Duluth people, but not from the outside, right? I understand that correctly.
As far
If we
as
partner with
summer
Cloquet.
programming goes, if we can partner with Cloquet, we should be able to run our programs as we have. If we're functioning as an alternatives learning program, we can't offer targeted services. That's nothing we can do. We have to be an alternative learning center in order to do that. We have an application that we have to submit. It is expiring, so we have to reapply for all of those things. So if we can work under Cloquet, we'll be able to do summer school. And if we're functioning at the start of the school year next year as an alternatives learning program, that's when we're servicing our own internal kids. We're not going to be able to be a center, which then you can pull other kids in from other districts.
So with that, I know that there are kids who live in Duluth, but maybe open enroll to other schools, private school, charter schools, whatever. But since those schools don't offer summer school, they do come back to the district for summer programming. So would we still be able to offer summer programming to Duluth residents that might be enrolled elsewhere for the academic year? It's such a
That is
weird
a
question.
nuanced question.
Yeah.
I guess I don't really know the answer to that at this point in time. And maybe that is something that Phil would know from Mars, because I think they're enrolled in the school district usually when we are offering those programs, because targeted services, we get an ADM of 1.0 pretty much for the students, and this is on top of after school or on top of summer programming. It gives us a 0.2 multiplier, which is why I'm like, maybe Phil can answer this a little bit better. So I don't know, I guess I'm not really sure about how that would function for that.
Thank you. I know it was kind of a weird.
It is, and it has
nuancey
to do with all
question.
this ADM piece too, so.
Thank you.
And some of those things we are really, truly finding out and learning as we go as well on what's possible with this newness.
Thank you.
Member Sadowski and then Member LaFleur-Kemp.
I'm glad Director Zunich is back, because you may, I don't know, we'll see if you can answer this or not, but do we, speaking of ADM, are there any ramifications for, maybe compensation that we got for ADM if the attendance was less than we reported? Are there any financial ramifications for ADM counts?
I mean, I have not been given that indication yet, But yes, in answer to you, yes. If they, excuse me, we receive 90% of our aid during the school year. And then in December, we do our final counts, and that's when we get the last 10% of our aid. So through the process, when Phil was here tonight, when he enters those numbers for this year, that's when they do our accounting. It could go up and down, give or take 10%. Now, you're asking if back to 24 and 25, if they could, yes, potentially there could be some adjustment. I don't know what that is, and they have not reached out to me about that yet. I have a Mars meeting with Phil, my weekly meeting tomorrow morning at 8:30, and we will be discussing that. We have a couple things on our agenda.
Thank you. I'll look forward to
you're
getting updates on that.
Yep, and I don't mean to keep dragging this off, but a couple other things that I guess want to know how we're keeping our community partners or staff who maybe regularly do summer school abreast of this for their planning purposes. And I know a letter went out to staff today that was really great. Great how detailed that was and transparent that was. But I'm just, how are we keeping potential staff that generally maybe always do summer school appraised, and then different community partners that have supported our summer school programming updated on this, so they can do the planning they need to do as well?
So we'll continue to work in tandem with Adele, and I think after tomorrow's meeting, we'll know quite a bit more. So I think that people are kind of waiting on bated breath to see what will happen. I know I am. And I think we want to make sure that comes out as quickly as possible. We also, sometimes when we communicate about something, we don't know how people are going to perceive it. Like today, when we sent it out, there were a few people that were wondering, like, does this affect AAO? Because I think a lot of people blend AAO, ALC, AAO, ALC. They think of it as one entity. So we sent a clarifying piece there.
Seeing no additional green lights. Thank you, Director Larva. But where are you going? We have one more. You may as well stick around. You may as well stick around for this. This
is a celebration of great work.
This is how we are going to engage our students in a deeper way. So I'll turn over board to Director Larva again for to share any information related to the summary report, but you have already received the summary report. I guess the question is, if you have any questions or concerns of Director Larva or us, this is your time to do it, but you want to just give a summary, a very brief summary, Director Larva, of what the summary report contains.
Thank you. I was so focused on the previous topic that I didn't have everything pulled up in my my computer to see what this one was. So, so the Intercity Student Council Board Report. This is just laying out for you kind of the big picture around what the intentions were with the Intercity Student Council. We've kind of had some false starts this year, struggling to find what makes sense as far as timing for our students. Opportunity days happen once a month, and some kids are like, I'd rather not engage in this because I need the opportunity day time. We want to make sure that we have representation of 9th graders and 10th graders. So it's been a lot of hiccups just to even get it started. But what I am proud to say is that we did have a launch date of April 29th. And so we did have students from East High School that came over to Denfeld High School and met with their student government group, so it ended up being more Denfeld students. We were trying to get a bigger group of East students. it was hard to get kids to want to do that during an opportunity day. So they did join over at Denfeld and came together. They had great conversation, thinking about the things that they could do together to be stronger together. They talked about some productive competitions that, like things that would be more service type of activities where they could compete for the good. So like if they were raising funds for something or doing some sort of work for an organization or community, like who does more hours or, that kind of stuff. So they really talked about that. They had some time where they got to know each other, did some generating of things that they might want to do together, and then they wanted to start having that conversation. So they really decided that this is hard to do during opportunity days. So they want to take some time this summer, and I believe that the student government at Denfeld kind of has always come together in August. So they're going to spend some time in August trying to figure out, like, what is this council going to look like? We had put together an application process that we had wanted to run when we had member Dean. She helped me with that. But it really was a struggle to get kids to maybe even engage with that application process. So they were talking about, like, okay, if we had an application process, what would that look like? How would we find time when we could do this together? So just wanting to let you know that they are going to make sure that they have 10 students from East and Denfeld, and then some level of representation from our alternative learning program. And so they want to establish bi-weekly meetings. They want to meet outside of just having opportunity days. They want to be able to do things bi-weekly that fits within somehow within their academic day so that everybody can participate. So it might end up being that they're Google meeting together between the two groups on one of the meetings or whatever it might be. They're going to come up with a list of ideas. I think one of the things to talk about is that we're going to put the onus on the students and the sites to make this happen. I think now that they're getting a little excitement about it, it'll thrive more when it's like, oh, this is an idea of the district. It doesn't necessarily get the traction, and so that you really want it to come from within with the students. And so moving forward, I will be working with Tom and Kelly about like the agendas that are going to be set for that and when their meetings are going to be, so that maybe the district can participate, like I can participate, or Julie Stauber, our curriculum coordinator, if we had something that they were coming up with, could participate. But where you're going to hear about it is through our student representatives on the school board. And so they should be coming back and talking. So I know one of the members was at the meeting. I don't think our Denfeld member was there, but I think our East member was there. So they should be coming back and talking about that with the board. The communication loop piece is going to really be at that level, is what they decided. So, all right.
Member Sadowski?
Thank you for the summary report that we all got to read. Thanks for being here to talk more about it. I think that I heard from at least one of the students that went over from East that it went really well. And if it's the meeting that I think it was, thanks to the assistant principals for driving the East kids back. Was that the day?
So
the buses.
we have a bus that runs for CTE, and so they hopped on a bus and went over to Denfeld, and then the bus didn't realize, I guess, that they were picking up additional students to come back to East, so they picked up their CTE students and took off early, and so then we had kids that were left over, so the APs had to truck it all the way across town, pick up kids and bring them back so that they can get home.
Yeah, that was really nice of them.
It was very nice.
Yeah, I heard good things about the meeting. Thanks for getting the ball rolling.
Member Banks?
Thank you. I have a quick question. Is there any seed money to get this started off in August, like to pay for some food and beverage and to kind of help kick it off? I'm probably asking a lot, but...
Well, you're asking the wrong person.
Well,
but I will say that the Denfeld did get pizzas, I think, for the kids or something. They got something so the site had done it at this time. But I do feel like if we're going to continue to do something between the two sites, we probably will want to have some way of giving a little bit of some incentive for them to maybe be part of it.
I think sometimes, and I was just thinking about that, and I like the idea. I think we would have to maybe consider use of like student activity fund for it, just because there are strict limitations on what we can use our own general fund. I would like to contribute towards it, but I think, I'm just thinking it would be nice to maybe use a little bit of student activity fund money for it or something.
But I think maybe like helping to pay for staff to come and meet with them in the summer might be something that we would have to have consideration around, and so we'll consider that. Of course you did. Appreciate it.
Seeing no additional green lights, Director Larva.
I got elevated.
It's late. It's getting. Thank you, Jen. Next up, board, we have our very own Executive Director, Zunich, here to provide an update for the fiscal year 27 budget assumptions. And so,
Thank you. Mine will not be a long presentation, but first of all, I want to praise the superintendent. That was a great answer. We will look at the student activity accounts.
I felt the daggers in my back.
I was like, good job.
Your eyes were burning in my soul.
So I made like 3 updates. I'll just remind everyone, the legislative updates should be coming. The legislation should close around May 18th. I was at MASBO for 3 days last week. I listened to the Director of Finance, and there wasn't a lot of enthusiasm for any changes. So pretty much what we're seeing is probably what is going to happen. Okay. The alarm? Okay, thank you. I updated our fuel services by 85,000. I'm not even sure if that's going to be enough. I don't know if I should double that. Our title grants, I just put a slide in for you to see where our title money is coming in. I believe it's the next slide. Yes, so you can see how our title funds, we did have a meeting with the assistant superintendent and the title director today. You can see where Title I has gone from 23-24 to 2.7 down to 2.3. Title II, 3, 5, 4, and then is that 6? Title 1D? I think that's, that's what we think is going to be any carryover too. Because we had a long meeting today, and we really did a lot of work to align the budgets to where they're supposed to be spent. Mr. Bonds is doing a lot of work to make sure that all of our grants are staying within their budgets. There isn't any more ESSER or a savings account to backfill any of our grants to, support them. So we are aligning our grants to where they're supposed to be. So if you would just go back up, please. Thank you. Special education, for the first time ever, they released the what-if revenue that they actually included the amount with our cross-subsidy. So I gave that to you. I matched the revenue to expenses.
Before you go on, just back to that point about title and some of those other areas. So those, as the state reduces or increases certain areas, on an annual basis, we have to readjust for those things. So if our title goes up, we have less money or more money to spend in title, and we can hire more people or do more things. If title goes down, we have to reduce. So there are going to be some other reductions based on title and based on American Indian Ed funds and A&I funds and other areas. There's going to be some shifts that we see as those state budgets go up and down.
And hopefully, when I come back in June for this, we'll be able to present that. When I do come back in June for the Committee of the Whole, I will give you the full presentation. I'll have all the documents. It turns into a 28-page document roughly. I will have all the information for you then. Again, I'm going to see what happens in 3 weeks, but I'm not anticipating a big change. We did, when I listened to the legislative updates with the Director of Finance, the only area that we have seen quite a big reduction was compensatory aid. It went down almost 800,000 from the original preliminary levy amount that we were supposed to get. It went down to 9.4. It's still more money than we're getting this year by roughly $500,000. We have many districts that are losing $500,000, so we're lucky there. But they had to make a statewide adjustment to compensatory due to a reporting issue, I think with a site, with a school or not, around the state. So we're all kind of giving a little bit of our money to help balance the compensatory aid, yes. And I'm also, again, I'll bring up, I'm glad we did a flat ADM calculation for forecasting. We've been very conservative, only bumping it up 25 or 50 ADMs. The number is coming in at down 8.96 for the meeting, the HR Business Services. So it's still higher by 3 than we budgeted for, but we certainly believe that we're going to hit at least 8,200, and that's what I did increase up our aid for that on our revised budget. A little audit update. We're communicating daily with our current auditors, Whipfly. On the daily, we are getting emails that should be done by the end of the day. And we did not get anything by 4 o'clock today, but they did finish the compensated absences. They finished reviewing the Fund 8, which is where we take a portion of our federal grants and put them into Fund 8. So then anyone that gets paid out and gets severances, we can code a portion to that. I had reported to the board that they were hoping that maybe a significant amount could be transferred into Fund 1. It most likely will not be allowed. But on the flip side, they said we're not going to get a finding on it. Well, I knew we wouldn't because we didn't do anything wrong. I shouldn't have that publicly. But so we will be, going forward, actually be able to charge a little bit more to Fund 8 and actually pay for some of the severances right out of Fund 8, which will help our fund, our general fund. So nothing has changed on any of these other slides. I updated the last one and.
Can you go back just 1 second?
Sure.
Back, right there. So where it says basic formula projected at 2.69% increase or 7,682 per pupil.
Correct.
That's brings it to a total of 7,000?
Correct.
Okay, just because the way it's phrased, it might sound like
Oh,
we're getting
I could fix
7,000 more
that.
per
Sure,
pupil.
sure.
So just a
And-
slight change there.
Correct. No, that's fine. I appreciate that. With all the different funding streams, it's roughly $10,000 a student. That's just our basic formula, so.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Questions or concerns? I updated this page. It's only made a change of $17,034. And yeah, that's all I have.
17,000 out of a $200 million.
Yeah, I had a great MASBO. It was very good, very helpful. Attended a session by Moody's. I attended a session by Ehlers on referendum planning, legislative updates, our English learner updates, and we really don't get a lot of money for EL. It's only about $75,000. So they're just making sure we're matching all of that.
And I appreciate your diligence there, and also Simone is never tooting her own horn, but she got a lot of recognition from the Masbo crowd and a new Yeti cup, and she also let people know that we're looking for somebody to fill her huge shoes. And Brett walked around with not really, but he was talking about walking around with a sandwich board saying, "Will you be my boss?" So we're trying to do as much recruiting to replace Simone.
Thank
It's
you.
hard to do because you're irreplaceable.
Oh, no, no.
Member
Thank
Bank?
you, but he did approach several business managers I introduced him to from the area, and he's like, "Do you want to be my boss?" It was kind of funny. We had about 1,000 people in the big ballroom at the deck for our keynote speaker and then our luncheon. And I was doing a work email with Kathy Holman, and all of a sudden they're like, "Simone, your name was called," and me and only one other person is retiring this year out of all those people. So I had to go to the front. I got my Yeti, and I turned around and I said, "Duluth needs an executive director." So, I mean, it was funny. I seized the moment.
Member Banks?
Yes, on page 58, just a quick question.
Sure.
Under compensatory aid, how many positions is that? I'm just curious.
Compensatory aid?
Yes.
So what we do, that's a good question. Every site earns X amount of dollars. Right now, this year, we received 8.8 million in compensatory. So I'll just generalize it, say Denfeld got $1 million and East got 900,000. So what we do at year end is, for the audit purposes, we tie out $1 million to Denfeld, so nobody else gets those funds. So what we do is take roughly 10 teachers and code them to compensatory, which then alleviates and offsets the general fund, because it's a restricted fund that we have to use first. Okay? Mhm.
I just look forward in June, as you bring final numbers, having further discussion, or perhaps at our next HR business committee meeting, about page 63, which is the financial outlook and risk assessment for our upcoming fiscal years.
Yes.
Seeing no additional green lights. Member Michael, that concludes our, oh, I'm sorry.
That concludes our.
So you're telling us that we're concluding our